Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right, there we go. Hey, what's going on, gang? All right. Hi. Good afternoon. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome, welcome. It's hazy, hazy day. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Yo, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is here, too.
What up?
Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
What a day, what a day, what a day. All right, well, let's see what we can do. Welcome. If you'd like to join us, there's no shortage of ways to do it. You can join us live if you like. That is 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. AlanCoxShow.com. If you prefer to watch a live video stream, a global live stream event originates from this studio, what they call the Showcase Studio, right against Euclid Avenue down here at WMMS Cleveland, the jewel in the iHeartMedia crown. So saith Dave iHeartMedia. And of course, if you listen on the app, you can leave us messages and you can leave us voicemails and the whole bit. And whatever you do, don't go outside. Whatever you're doing, you should be listening to this. I see people walking up and down Euclid Avenue
Taking
all
their
morning
lives
long.
in their own hands.
In their own hands.
I did see one lady wearing a mask, so good for her.
Oh God! So I'm in the post office.
I will
this
not
morning.
do it. I don't. When I could spread disease to someone else, I'll wear a mask. When I'm only getting closer to death myself, no mask.
That's what's funny about it. So I'm in the post office this morning. I step in there because I need to fill out a pause my mail slip. We're going to be in Vegas all next week. And so I go in to fill out one of these.
You don't want me to just go pick it up for you?
Huh?
I'll just pick up your mail, go through it,
Open
put it in your house. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I never get all my mail's junk mail. You know,
That's
everything,
how mine is.
Everything's
pretty much,
automated now. So whatever mail you get there's a couple of companies that haven't figured out how to do all their crap online.
I check my mail once a week. I have a friend. They live in, they just moved into a new place. They have to pay their electric bill by going to City Hall.
Why?
Because Painesville's stupid.
But you can't mail a check?
Nope. You have to go in.
Listen, I get my utilities for where we live in our township is maybe one of 2 checks I have to write every month. So maybe I understand not being online, but having to do it in person, I don't understand at all. Anyway, I go in the post office, and there's this new kid at my branch of the post office, just started working there a couple of months ago. And it's me and this other lady. I'm on my way into work, so the post office has just opened. It's me and this other lady.
An old crone.
Not an old crone, but I mean, she's in front of me. She's short. She was getting out of her car very quickly on the curb when I was walking in. So she walks up there. The kid behind the counter is wearing a mask. This lady's probably mid-60s, buzz cut, big glasses. Looks like she makes her own clothes. And she's asking him for something, and he can't, didn't come off from the jump as a kook. And I guess takes care of whatever business she needs to take care of, and I'm standing there waiting. And she starts talking to the kid behind the counter, and she goes, you know, you don't have to wear that anymore because, you know, the CDC lifted all the regulations and blah, blah. When you exhale, you're exhaling chemicals and blah, blah, blah. And this kid just very polite. He goes, yeah, it's just my choice. Just my choice. And she goes, yeah, but you don't really have to and blah, blah, blah. And I'm trying to get to work. And I pipe up. And I go, you know the air smells like fire, right? The air's on fire here. And she kind of turns around and just starts walking out, talking the whole time out of, God bless you, you should really look at some alternative news sources. Whatever the hell that means. So me and this dude are looking at each other, just rolling our eyes and laughing. But I'm like, come on, man. That's when people manufacture concern for other people, by the way. This is one of these people I guarantee wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. But this kid's got a mask on at a time where there's a lot of people, by the way, wearing them because it smells like a bonfire outside. Thanks, Canada. And I'm like, I'm just trying to get out of here. What am I, like you said crone. I didn't call her any names. It wasn't a name-calling situation. And it wasn't like she stood inside the branch and started ranting. But just a casual business transaction turns into something. I'm like, I'm just trying to give this guy this card.
Right.
And the dude, I'm like, he's a nice kid. I'm like, he's not going to say anything to her. But yeah, air quality, it's bad. That's why there's people walking around wearing masks. Because it's like I just got up this morning, it looked like Blade Runner. I hadn't gone outside yet, so I didn't realize that you could literally smell fire in the air. I was checking in on my mom because Chicago, they said, has the worst air quality in the world right now because of all this Canadian air that's coming down from these forest fires or whatever.
You're a vapor or a smoker, I don't want to hear you complain about the air quality. That's like if I complain about, my portion size is too big.
Would you ever do that? You'd never complain about that.
That's why I wouldn't. Yeah. Because I'd be like, this is a fat guy portion size.
Yeah.
This is what you're doing to your lungs anyway. So
right.
Why would you complain about it?
Well, so I go on because I usually just check my weather app for the temperature, but the air quality map was like bright yellow. I'm like, oh, that's not good. So I'm checking in on my mom. I'm like, everything okay? Everything fine? Because I'm just reading all these horror stories about the air quality back home. And they're like, if you're outside, 24 hours of exposure is like smoking 6 cigarettes, whatever. I don't know what all those numbers mean or are supposed to mean. But it's bad here, too. You know, they're like, hey, they had these Cleveland Clinic guys on this morning. And they're like, hey, if you jog in the morning normally, don't do it now because you can look outside and see what it looks like. And the smoke is at these harmful levels and blah, blah, blah. So all that fire has made or the smoke rather, has made its way here. And so there's the air quality's terrible. They're like, hey, if you don't have to go outside, don't go outside. There's plenty of people outside. You still got to live your life, man. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
What's up?
I just want to comment, like, this air quality and masks is just, it's insane. Because people wear masks, then they take it down, and then they get a cigarette out and smoke it. I mean, and this air quality, you know, anything you eat is killing you, the booze and the food and the this and that. And people forget Cleveland, Chicago back in the day. You know those steel mills that were pumping out weird color smoke that had no filters on it? Yet that would kill you more than anything.
Well, but it's not like that now. There's a good reason for that. And I also don't think people who are smoking cigarettes are walking around wearing a mask on a day like today.
Oh,
they couldn't care. I'm not wearing. Listen, I wasn't out there wearing a mask, but this kid was. And it's like this woman is like crawling up his ass. I'm like, dude, 2 years ago, you would have been screaming at having to wear a mask anywhere. Right. Pissing at somebody in Costco and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, whatever. Thank you, Bill. I've got to move on. If you want to hit us up, 35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch. I'll have another buzzard bike key for you. This might fire up the custom Harley that we're going to be giving away. That'll be a little bit after 4 o'clock. More to the point, though. Closer to you is that another $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard bookie, that next keyword on the way at 2:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Get your tickets now
at AXS.com
for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Coming back to Las Vegas.
Las Vegas!
2 nights,
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage.
At T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
This is the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
Don't miss your chance to see
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz,
Miguel.
Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow.
Tim McGraw,
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
And more.
Buy your tickets for our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival now
Before they sell out.
at AXS.com.
That's AXS.com.
At Ken Gainley Kia. Hit the road and keep your cash for summer adventures.
was actually going to hit them up for these just because I thought they were so cheeky, but they were kind enough to send us some. They've released a series of social media stickers called Influencer. It's a little clunky, but I like it. If you don't follow them, by the way, they're a great follow. They're very clever. It's very informative. NEORSD, Twitter, Instagram, all that. The Northeast Ohio Regional Sewer District. They've taken something that most people wouldn't give a second thought to and really put a personality to it. Workforcleanwater.com. But their social media sticker set, one of them says Sewers, the original social media network. Nature, unlimited streaming. So thank you, whoever sent those over to us. I do appreciate that.
They do good stuff over there.
They
Very
do really good stuff.
Solid social media.
Yeah, they do.
Give them a follow on TikTok. Their TikToks are actually funny and informative.
You know, they do something. They do something that, again, isn't top of mind for a lot of people. People aren't thinking about the sewers until Mary is out at Edgewater Beach and she's swimming in the overflow.
One time, 5 years ago. I'm not going to keep sharing things with you if you're going to hold them against me for the rest of my life.
I'm not holding them against you. It's just a callback to something that you said that you did. That you swam. Swammed?
Backstroking
and
Backstroking and turd.
Been done swammed.
Been done swammed. That's okay. I'll have another $1,000 for you here in a few moments, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. Listen for these keywords once an hour. I'm wearing for people who can see me on, give me on camera here, Bo. I'm wearing my GG Allin t-shirt today.
Ew,
the great
gross.
GG Allin,
Yuck.
who died 30 years ago today. If you know, you know GG Allin. There was never anybody like him. He took everything to the extreme. He said he was going to kill himself on Halloween on stage. Every year for a good decade. Didn't happen. He ended up dying from heroin overdose. But he died 30 years ago today. He was his given name was Jesus Christ Allin. So he probably came from a long line of whatever. But he was 36. If you remember, you might have seen YouTube videos of him. He was doing all of the kind of talk shows of the day. He did Springer. He did like I don't know if he did the Morton Downey show. The music was terrible. If you knew GG Allin's music, the music was terrible. But the show
was not good either. He threw poop at people.
Yeah,
that's not a good show.
The show, but it was unlike anything anybody had ever seen.
It's not. You go to the zoo.
That's why you didn't go see GG Allin, and I did. I had to go for work at the time. But he was living the dream. He was a complete degenerate. He was a scumbag to the core. He was an alcoholic. He would do any and all drugs that were provided to him and never looked back. I think his brother, Merle Allin still goes out and performs the songs, such as they are. But they came up on that kind of that East Coast hardcore scene and decided to take everything to the extreme. And so his band had a bunch of different names. He was fronting the Toilet Rockers for a while, the Texas Nazis, the Murder Junkies, the Cedar Street Sluts, the Scum Fs. That was another one of his bands. And I think the famous interview that you'll find of him on YouTube, there was this very short-lived show called The Jane Whitney Show. I think this woman's on PBS now, but in the early 90s, she had a talk show, and they had GG Allin on there. He's like, I'm going to commit suicide on stage on Halloween. And he said, I can sleep with anyone I want, 12-year-old girls, boys, animals, I don't care. He knocked up a teenager in Texas. And I was sent to interview him when I was an intern. My very first job, I was an intern on a morning show in Chicago, and I was instructed to go interview him. And I'm like, well, this is never going to happen, so I have to come up with something. And so the show that I went to was about 3 weeks before he died. This was like June of 93. He did a show at the Congress Theater in Chicago, which I don't even think is there anymore. And he performed the way he always did, in only a leather jacket and a jockstrap, which is eventually what his bloated corpse was buried in. after they found him. They just put him in that. And Bill's right. There wasn't much to the show. He would come out in the jacket. He would eventually take that jacket off. He would eventually take off the jock strap, and he'd just be standing there butt-ass naked and screaming these songs. And the stage had a barricade in front of it. And that wasn't to keep fans away. It was to keep him away from the fans because he would throw poop. Ugh. And he would, like, put a turkey baster up himself. And
come on.
Yeah.
Why would anyone go to that?
Well, I was instructed to go.
Right, but I'm saying people were there voluntarily.
Because it was such a spectacle.
But there's spectacles.
Now, nobody was
but that's
up.
not a spectacle. That's just gross.
That's not it. Well, people love gross things.
Yeah.
To this day, people love gross things. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Doesn't make it any. That's precisely what a spectacle is.
No.
You're like, oh my God, look at that.
No, a spectacle is a show, a performance, something that is like memorable. And I think he's just lowest rung on the totem pole. Like, it's garbage. GG Allin sucks.
Well, it definitely wasn't for everyone, but I loved it. But I was like, there's no way that I'm going to
Why was he the opener?
I was like, there's no way that I'm going to get back there to interview this guy. Because as it was, his shows never got much longer than 7 or 8 songs because the cops would shut it all down. He would be running around the thing, chasing people, you know.
So stupid.
And it was,
I don't know why you enjoyed this at all.
Well, I was 22 years old.
Yeah, when I was 22, I still wouldn't want to be chased around by someone with poop hands.
Well, I didn't want to be chased around, but I mean, I was, I'd never seen anything like it, and I've never seen anything like it since.
There's plenty of things that I've never seen anything like that I'd be like, yeah, that's not good.
Well, I'm glad you weren't there.
I am too.
You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
I wouldn't. I don't even like hearing about it.
Those of us who were there, we
I don't like hearing about it.
deal.
I don't like that people think that this dude's some like
talented
artist.
No. Nobody ever accused him of being talented.
But like there is a legacy that he has. You're wearing his shirt right now.
Yeah, GG Allin. Yeah, make sure. You don't like my GG Allin shirt?
Not at all.
How come?
Because GG Allin is not someone you should support.
Well, he's been dead for 30 years as of today.
But like
I can't support him.
If he was in, Bill doesn't get art. Yes, I don't. I don't get that art. The fine arts.
Well,
stinky and poop throwing and just.
Oh yeah, he'd like whack it on stage and whip that at people too, and you know. But here's my point: is that nobody was. This wasn't like a show where people are right there in the pit. I mean, people stood at the middle of the venue
because they knew.
Yeah, of course they knew.
No way.
People knew what they were. Nobody walked in and was like, "I thought this was going to be like Matchbox 20 or whatever the band of the time was." It was wild, man. It was wild.
Why don't they make a hologram of him and let him have like a Las Vegas residency since he's so
Because there was like no, I mean, I was one of, this was a show, this was his tour stop in Chicago, and there were probably 25 people there. So I don't know how this guy got booked anywhere. So a couple of weeks later, after I see him, he's doing some show in Manhattan. They do 3 songs. A fight breaks out. He goes to his friend's house, a guy named Johnny Puke, and they're partying and doing drugs and whatever, and he ODs on heroin. And nobody else notices until the next morning where they're like, oh, he's laying there and hasn't moved. He's still on the couch. So Johnny Puke realizes he's dead, takes a couple of Polaroids with GG Allin's corpse before he calls the ambulance. And he was a couple of months shy of his 37th birthday when he died. But he went out the way he said he was. Well, he said he was going to be suicide. It was technically drug overdose of suicide. But he was no, huh?
No, it isn't.
The way he lived, it was.
I mean, yeah, if it was on purpose.
Well, the way he lived, it was. Eventually, he was going to kill himself. He was not living in a way. He had no concern whatsoever for his body or his. It's just
It's just really sad, really.
It's very sad.
It's very sad and wasteful.
He gave of himself.
He didn't give anything.
Of course he did. He gave of himself.
His feces.
To try to, that was what he thought would be entertaining to people.
See, I can't get over that part just because that is like a defense mechanism I would use for prison. That is my fallback plan to me sleeping with like a muscular.
To be crazy.
to be the guy that goes in solitary confinement because he's throwing poop and smearing it all over himself, and you can't pin this guy down because you walk into that room, he's gonna throw poop at you.
Like when Ted Nugent got drafted.
Yeah, whatever. That's my fallback plan to like surviving in prison, and people are paying money to go see a show to possibly have poop thrown on them by some overweight, already disgusting man.
Ugh.
He was good friends with John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
Why are you supporting this guy?
I'm not supporting him.
You're wearing his shirt.
So what?
That's like wearing a Hitler shirt.
It is not.
He didn't kill 6 million
This
people.
guy over here.
But I'm saying
Roseanne Bill over here. With
no, it's like wearing a shirt.
Dope. The same as wearing.
No, it's
GG Allin is the same as Hitler to Bill Squire.
No, it's like wearing. It's like wearing a John Wayne Gacy shirt.
GG Allin didn't. The only person he killed was himself.
Well,
what are you talking about?
But he's a terrible
he's
person.
Not a killer.
If he's friends with John Wayne Gacy, he's
not
someone you should be wearing a shirt
killer.
of.
He's not a killer, but he's not a good person.
Nobody said he was. But he was a spectacle unto himself.
Maybe he saw a side of
and
John
he's
Wayne
been
Gacy.
dead 30 years today.
But our point is
and you guys, I know your point.
But you give Cody crap all the time for listening to R. Kelly and Michael Jackson. And every time Cody brings up Michael Jackson, you're like, he's a kid toucher. And then you're wearing this guy's shirt.
GG Allin was not a kid toucher.
Right, but he was friends with someone that
GG
killed
Allin
kids
didn't
and rape kids.
Didn't rape kids.
No, but he was friends with someone that did.
He looked up, one of his idols was a person who raped and murdered
What if you
children.
found out one of your friends was a child
It's not about
rapist?
finding out. He went and visited him in prison.
I don't know why anybody's arguing with me. I'm just talking about
You're wearing his shirt.
So what? I'm just talking about GG Allin, dead 30 years ago today. I didn't know everybody was going to be so sensitive about it.
It's not about being
He
sensitive.
didn't
It's
kill.
about being hypocritical.
Well, it's not though.
But it is. Because you give Cody crap all the time for
Because
listening to Michael
surviving
Jackson.
R. Kelly. No, I give him crap for watching Surviving R. Kelly as his comfort viewing. I saw GG Allin one time.
Give him the shirt.
And it was wild.
Give me the shirt. I don't want that nasty shirt.
Wild. So, no. I'm not sitting around listening to GG. Like I said, music's awful. But not much
But
to
you're
it.
wearing a shirt with his name on it.
And R. Kelly's
and his
music is
face.
great.
Yeah. Check out my GG Allin shirt.
I'm surprised you're doubling down on this.
I'm
That's
not.
all.
I'm tripling down on it.
Tripling down. Any
Yeah.
of the
That's right.
downs. I'm just a little surprised. That's all.
Why? He didn't
Because
kill anybody.
That doesn't make him a good person.
Bill said he was Hitler.
No, that's ridiculous.
I'm saying you support. Well, I was
He is
being a
separating
little.
the art from the artist, Bill.
I don't do that.
Well, we're all adults. We all should be able to.
Well,
decompartmentalize.
Are you
guys will be
Wait,
very.
what?
You guys will be.
Hold on.
You guys will be very happy to know that he is dead. What did I got to give away this money here? Hold on, and then hold that.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
By the way, I want to let you know, in case you were going, they have canceled the Robert Plant Allison Krauss show at Blossom tonight because of the air quality in the Akron and Summit County area. So and I know a lot of people were going. We gave away tickets. People were very bummed. Our boss Rob was going. But they have announced that because of the air quality down there, that show is sold out at Blossom with Robert Plant and Allison Krauss. That show has been canceled for tonight. Refunds will be available at the point of purchase, so they're not even telling you to hang on to them. But that's what's going on tonight out there at Blossom. So that sucks for people who really wanted to go to that show. What did you say, Cody?
I said decompartmentalize. I meant compartmentalize. I was thinking of department, not compartment.
Gotcha.
Yes, but yeah. I think adults compartmentalize what they want. All of us are guilty of supporting something because we like something.
No, I'm not compartmentalizing anything. I went to see GG. I was instructed to go to a GG Allin show, and it
But you
was
weren't instructed to wear a shirt.
I would say that
Or
doesn't
buy it.
equal. Yeah, that doesn't
and
equal
it
buying
was
merch.
wild.
You're
wild
ignoring what we're saying to you.
that I shouldn't wear the shirt because you guys don't like it.
No.
No.
That it.
That's what you're saying. No, that's
Listen
literally
to
what you.
you.
That's what
It's
you.
got No. It's got nothing to do with us liking it or not. He was objectively not a good person.
Didn't say he
a
was.
bad person.
But you are supporting him
but-
by wearing his shirt. So
He-
you're saying I support what this guy did.
So
by
imagine you're one
wearing
of the
his shirt.
families of John Wayne Gacy's victims.
No. We're talking about we are talking about GG Allin. You can throw anybody into the mix and try to make a point.
No.
We're talking about about GG Allin.
Okay, so
people loved him or hated him or whatever.
Right.
I thought he was wild,
but
as a live
what
performer,
he would do is visit John Wayne Gacy in prison and express his approval and build a friendship with the man.
I don't know anything about that.
But you're finding out about it now.
So that's what you said. Okay, fine. So what?
So you don't you imagine you are one of those family members that is a victim.
Yeah, but I'm not.
That's what empathy is. That's
get
what we're
on
trying
me.
to.
No. Hold on. You
All
get
right.
on me all the time when I said I didn't want to donate blood because I didn't know anybody who needed it, and you were like, "Well, my dad died of a blood disease." You say all the time how people don't give a rat's ass.
My dad did die of a blood
But
disease.
you always like to make the point that people don't give a rat's ass until it personally affects them, and now you're using that exact same argument.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I
it
didn't-
doesn't personally affect me. I'm not one of John Wayne Gacy's
I didn't say I didn't care.
victims.
I said it's got nothing to do with him as a performer.
But
you said you
him
don't
as
give
a
blood.
person.
You said you don't give blood because you don't like needles.
I don't. And then that's when I was like, and then I said if someone in my family needed blood, I would give them blood. And you're like, well, my dad needed blood. He died from blood disease. That's why I give blood.
That is why I give blood.
I understand.
So what's the point?
The point is that you, on multiple occasions with COVID, with the vaccine, with masks, you say and have said multiple times, people don't care unless it directly affects them.
Right.
And then Bill said, put yourself in the shoes of one of John Wayne Gacy's victims'
Yeah,
families.
that would
And
be
you
awful.
said,
It would be terrible.
But you said, well, I'm not them. You just
I'm
basically
not.
used the exact opposite argument that
Because
you
you
always
guys
use.
are throwing things into the mix that have nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
But the guy
Because
is
you are
that
you're
many things. He's
You're
not
coming
just
at it.
one thing.
You're coming at it from the perspective of somebody who wants nothing to do with them.
Right.
And so you're going.
And I'm
Look at this
surprised
and this
that
and
you
this.
do. And I'm surprised that you do, considering
I went to go see him. Yeah, it was wild.
how terrible a human he was.
Yeah, well, he's been dead for 30 years.
I guess what I'll say is I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Well, it won't be the first time. Won't be the last. Hey, Chris.
Yo, I just wanted to chime in with the GG Allin commentary. Everybody over there is acting pretty soft. I mean, you guys don't understand that this man basically was a physical representation of punk rock. It was supposed to be shocking. It was supposed to make you crap your pants a little bit. I mean, this guy pulled no punches. You know, I mean, he wrote a song about all sorts of awful things. I mean, but you have to learn to separate the spectacle of the man from the actual artistry, if that makes sense.
Well, not everybody wants to.
I don't
Then
do
you
that
have to do
when
that across the board. Then you have to do that with every person who's ever created art and also done something terrible.
Here are the songs.
You can't pick and
I agree.
choose.
Chris,
I
here's
agree with that.
Chris, here's
I
the
agree. I agree 100% with that.
Chris, here's the songs he did when I saw him. I saw him in June of '93, and he only made it through 8 songs. He did "Bite It, You Scum," "I Kill Everything I F," "Expose Yourself to
I know
Kids."
that song.
I mean, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous and terrifying and gross. And the guy went out the way every single person thought he was going to go out. But it
Well, and
was.
the guy basically was a clown. It makes no surprise to me that he was friends with the killer clown. I mean, why is that so shocking?
He
Why
was
is that hard
he
to
was
swallow?
doing
not that it's
he was
shocking.
doing everything publicly to get people mad, just
Right.
like Bill and Mary are doing.
Right.
That was
So-
that was his whole raison
But
d'etre.
then when you buy into that and you're supporting him and wearing his shirt, I just find that really disgusting. Punk rock or not, I don't care about the punk rock part of it because I think it's really disrespectful. And I get he is the disrespectful guy, but it's just weird to support him, wear his shirt with his name and face on it. Like it's gross.
Yeah, this is him in his coffin. Hey, Poco.
Hey, Alan.
Yes, sir.
I was telling Cody I didn't know anything about GG Allin until Drive-By Truckers' first album. They had a song called "The Night GG Allin Came to Town,"
Mm-hmm.
and they talked about him throwing feces around the stage and all that crazy stuff. All that crazy stuff.
That was very crazy.
But if you can get in the archives and pull a little bit of that out, it would kind of...
No, again, I don't care that much about it. I went to go see him one time, and it was the wildest thing I had ever seen in my life. The music's terrible. There's no point in even arguing that point. The music's terrible. Nobody ever went to the mat and said, man, you got to check this out, other than for pure shock value. And there's something to be said. There's people today who are still trying to make a living on pure shock value. This guy was out there doing it.
Well, what do you understand our point that it's not that we don't like the shirt or we don't like his music? We're just a little surprised that someone who outwardly has the values and support and the things that you've said in the past would be wearing that shirt.
I like to surprise people.
Because that guy is he was openly misogynistic and had lyrics about child rape. And...
What's the matter with surprising people?
Are you listening to yourself right now?
Yeah.
Are you hearing what you're saying?
Yeah, I recognize my own voice, yeah.
So it's just a little shocking. That's all.
Yeah, well. Hey, Vinny.
Hey, how's it going?
What up?
So pretty much, GG Allin was, he was the face of punk rock, and he tried to just separate himself from everything apart. But the whole thing is there's actually a guy on YouTube who's pretty popular. His name's Soft White Underbelly, and he does a lot of interviews. Well, he's actually got an interview with GG Allin's brother. His name's Marilyn, and they have collected serial killer memorabilia their whole life.
Yeah, I don't even care about all that. I don't go down those rabbit holes. I don't even care about that. I mean, Michael Jackson was a serial child abuser, and Poundcake can figure that out in his own head. Not allegedly.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly.
He was acquitted. Are we not?
Children could identify his junk.
Doesn't matter. Are we not believing in the court of law?
Right.
Is
you
it
can't make
proven
these
guilty?
points to him while you're wearing that shirt.
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just telling you, when you have multiple children, there were no kids that were identifying GG Allin's wiener. Doing songs about stuff, this is the same reason that they have made it illegal in a lot of states to use rappers' lyrics against them in court. Because you can write lyrics about anything. You can write lyrics about the most depraved stuff you could possibly do. It's still art. Still considered art. So you can throw in all kinds of other stuff.
Well, maybe Michael
that's
Jackson's
what I'm
exposing himself.
Performance art?
Was that his performance art?
Well, GG Allin never went to. He never got. He got arrested for a couple of things, but nothing like that. But he's dead anyway. Everybody can relax because he's been dead for a long, long time.
It doesn't matter that he's dead.
It doesn't?
No.
Would you feel better if he's still alive?
No, because if it did, then you wouldn't make the point that you're making to Cody. Because Michael Jackson is also dead. Michael Jackson has been dead for 20 years.
Well, that's just coincidental, though.
Why is it coincidental for Michael Jackson but not for GG?
No. It's
Michael Jackson's black.
It's coincidental that they're both dead.
You are so annoying because you're wrong.
What point are you trying to make?
That you're being very hypocritical.
No, I'm not.
That's the point.
Yeah,
yes, you are.
How?
Absolutely.
We've given you the last 15 minutes of how you've been hypocritical.
You've dug your heels, and you're going to be.
No. I know you're yapping. What I'm saying is
we're not yapping. We're making good points, and you don't want to admit it.
I'm saying that I'm not going to the mat for things GG Allin was doing.
By wearing his shirt, you are, though. You're outwardly supporting him. It would be no different if you had on a MAGA shirt. You make fun of people for waving around their flags.
I liked his show.
Just saying. Maybe people like the Trump show.
But they do. That's why they buy
like
those
the
shirts.
Antics. They
I
like
know,
his
and
stories.
I disagree with them.
Well, I'm okay with him wearing a GG Allin shirt. I wear a Whitney Houston shirt.
I said it was just surprising. I said it was surprising.
Yeah. Well, it is. I like to surprise people. Okay, listen, I got to take a break. I'm way late. Oh, my goodness. What would GG Allin say? I got to take a break. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on
Max loves to just be a kid and just be himself. When I found out I was pregnant, all I really wanted was a happy, healthy, whole child. And that's what I got. I think it's really important for people to know that trans kids don't have a political agenda. They are just kids. Like any parent, we love our kids unconditionally, and we will never stop fighting for them. Stand with us. Protect our families.
Visit equality-now.org to learn more.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Fall Out Boy with special guest Bring Me the Horizon. It's going to happen Tuesday, July the 18th out at Blossom. Just a few weeks away. Part of the Minutemen concert series. Want info on tickets, everything else, livenation.com for that. Fall Out Boy and Bring Me the Horizon. I think there's a third band on there too, but I don't know who that is. But a couple of tickets here for you. Be caller 10 and they're yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He might have been just a voice man.
He's the man of 1,000 voices.
Greatest voice man that ever lived.
None of which will make you laugh.
But he never took a performance for granted.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA riots, Rodney King, deep fakes, earthquakes, Iceland volcano, Oklahoma City bomb, Kurt Cobain, Pokemon, Tiger Woods, MySpace, Monsanto, GMOs.
This Fall Out Boy updating We Didn't Start the Fire with like more contemporary references.
I hate this more than GG Allin.
I love it.
I think this is pretty rad, actually.
I do, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I can't full screen this for the live stream. But they just like pop this out for the fan club, or what do they do? I assume you're in the fan club.
No, I mean, I follow them on Instagram, and I saw that they posted today. They were like, hey, this song's available everywhere now. Go check it out.
Yeah. I like it. I think it's kind of cool.
It's not Billy Joel. I don't want it.
Yeah, I know.
I want to hear it from Billy Joel's mouth.
It's too bad they didn't get him to do it with them. Maybe when he sees this, is Samir Rice? Shout out. That's a little Venus and Serena. That's a little weak there, man. Keaton, Batman, Bush v. Gore. I can't take it anymore. Oh, man. I like that.
I just connect to it more. That's all. These are all things I remember.
That's right. I can't believe nobody did this before now. Elon Musk, Kaepernick.
We did it a few years ago.
Who did? We did.
Yeah. We did this in like 2020 when we just came up with this
nice
stuff. We didn't record it. SSRIs.
World Trade second plane. What else do I have to see? Yeah, I dig that. Mary pointed me to that. I don't know that I would see that otherwise. Mm-hmm. Of course, Mary Santorum's version is pretty good.
It's good to be Bill Squire.
Now, this is art.
It always feels right when he's in the spotlight.
Yeah. So, Fall Out Boy updating that song. No, I'm surprised that maybe another band has done that up until now. I mean, that song is 40 years old, right? The Billy Joel version. That's got to be 80, mid-80s. Almost 40 years old. Guardians over the Royals last night, 2-1, a real barn burner there in Kansas City. They will play them again tonight, second of 3 at 8:10 tonight on WMMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you want all your baseball action, 7:40 is when that will happen to you. You can leave a message for us anytime on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. People take voicemails. Leave them there. It's 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. When you were a DJ, you didn't have any free reign to play whatever you wanted to when you were working a 6-hour shift at night. And do you remember the request line? Was that a thing when you were a DJ? Just curious. Trucker John, I-71, out.
Yeah, request lines are still a thing. People still call radio stations to ask for songs. I mean, the trick is trying to get a live person on the other end, but they are. No, you didn't have any. You didn't have any leeway. The music was all laid out there in front of you. You knew what you were playing. That's why when little kids would call and be like, "Could you play?" Yeah. With Top 40 radio, which is what he's talking about, when I was working at 30 years ago, the rotations on songs were so frequent that invariably, whatever song somebody was calling for, you were going to have it coming up. But freeform radio in the 70s, when people were playing their own music, somebody finally came along and was like, wow, we don't get any ratings when the guy back there is picking the songs. So you have somebody that's compiling the songs that people, they'll do song research and things like that. And for commercial radio stations do that. I'm not quite sure how it's done now. But no, I didn't have any leeway. You had what was called a music log in front of you, and it had all the songs you knew you were going to play. For a 6-hour shift, I would have a giant stack of CDs right next to me. I knew what I was playing for the full 6 hours. And some of them would get played and they'd go right back in the stack because you were going to be playing that goddamn Elton John song from The Lion King again in 45 minutes. And over the course of a 6-hour overnight shift, that's not hard. It's hard to stay awake. Do you ever do overnights, Poundcake? Poundcake knows this. He was a DJ.
I've never done overnights. I had a 7 to 11 shift.
You guys had music logs, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had the A, B, and C songs.
Yeah.
D's and gold, and we coded it. I don't know if that was like the standard, but we coded it as like golden, which are like can be, as far back as, I don't know, maybe the 90s. And we can swap those out and put, a request in. So there were certain
like you'd have like maybe one slot an hour, but I didn't care. I was trying to get on radio. I didn't care about Top 40 radio. So I would just put in something that somebody had requested that I hadn't played 7 times.
Yeah.
Until then. Or because it was a weekend overnight, I'd throw a super curveball in there.
I'm really happy that I got to go around the clock in regards to like an air shift, because I did 7 to 9, I did like 11 to 1, I did a 4 to 7, and then I did 7 to 11. And the 4 to 7, the drive time, like the time I'm on now, was by far my most favorite. Because in the mornings, you guys were talking about yesterday about how you would get like slumber party, people calling from slumber parties as requests. I would get kids on the bus. I would get kids on the bus because we were commercial free. So the bus driver would be like, oh my gosh, make these kids shut up. So they're, they can listen to music the entire time. And we'd get kids, oh my God, he answered, guys. And you hear the whole bus, hey, what that mouth do? Like, it was just like, I would just get cussed
What that
out.
mouth do?
Yeah, kids being stupid. Just
see.
saying whatever the latest phrase was. And then they would make a request. And I'm like, I don't even know that song. They're like, can you dab, bro? Can you dab? I'm like, oh, hate it here. Never doing a 7 to 9 shift ever again.
I only did overnights part-time when I first got going. I never did full-time overnights, thank God. Because you're living your life like a vampire. There were some dudes that were like, hey, listen, I'll just do overnights. Like that was their whole career. And, once in a while you'd see them in the daytime. But you never saw them because they were on the air. And so it was like you had a ghost member of your air staff. It was the person that nobody ever saw, unless it was like a staff meeting and they came in. But some people decided, hey, people are trying to do drive time radio. Nobody really wants to do overnights, so I'll just make that my niche. And so you had these guys that were doing like overnight radio for 30 years. I don't mean talk radio. I mean, that's okay. You're still talking to people. But like overnight music radio, where you're playing like 9-minute Pink Floyd songs. And then they'd go home and sleep all day long and then go to work that night. But they loved it because they loved the guys I knew that did it. They loved that life. They loved being there when there was nobody there. They loved, I don't know. One guy I knew, I just assumed he was a single dude. He's like, oh, no, I'm married. I got kids. I go, how the hell are you making that work? How are you making that work? Being a married guy and doing full-time overnight radio. Like, I don't know, he was doing midnight to 5 or whatever. Holy Christ.
7 to 11 for me was actually pretty fun because in college, people would call me to request something to turn up to while they pregame because that was like going out to the bar time. 11 o'clock wasn't early enough to be at the bar, but that's their pregame. So any type of gangster rap would help the ladies, get ready for their evening.
So that was you. You were like their concierge to getting ready for the evening.
Mm-hmm. And I would get some wild calls because that would be like close to the point where they would be getting tipsy. So they're like, oh my God, your voice sounds so sexy. You're really hitting my mood right now. Like, I'm like, okay, well, thank you. Barking up the wrong tree, but thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Got some good calls from that.
Well, anyway, for Trucker John's question, there it is. It is Hot Dad Summer. I hope that you are taking advantage of this. I don't know if Brian's taking advantage of this. It is Hot Single Dad Summer.
Well, he's not single, so.
Well, yeah,
if you're not married, you're
you're not
single.
married. You guys are cohabiting, right?
Hey, there you go.
He's taken, I guess. He's in a committed relationship.
Yes.
But they determined, or they run these data points. They're like a lot of the majority of single women are totally open to dating single dads, which I don't know that comes as a surprise to anybody. But it is, they're laser focused on it for some reason this summer. I guess because they need something to be laser focused on.
Got to get ready for cuffing season. The way to do that is start in the summer.
But just about everyone to a person said they should absolutely mention their kid on the first date. You got to be upfront about having a kid.
Yes.
Yeah,
But that they wouldn't want to meet the kid early on.
Right.
That's correct.
That's basically what we did. He told me early first date, I have a kid. I knew that he had a kid from the time we were just messaging each other. And then that was part of our conversation the whole time. I was like, yeah, I never really saw myself with kids, this, that, the other. And I didn't meet her until we had been dating for 8 months or something. It was a long time before I met her.
Thank God for you women. Thank God for my wife. Because I said I would have never dated a woman with kids. Seriously.
Have you never?
No. I'm like, thank God for her and her open mind. And I'm an amazing catch
layers
too.
to your
Let's not lie about it. It's not hypocrisy. I said thank God for her because women seem to be more, I don't know if it's a maternal thing. Again, Gwen was always like, I don't know how maternal I am. We might never have a kid, but I already had 2. And obviously we did end up having one, but it was like I would have never dated somebody with kids.
I think there's a lot of guys that date women with kids.
No, I know. I'm just saying for me. I'm like,
Right.
Thank God if the tables were turned and Gwen was like, I have a kid, I don't know how that would have gone, man. Don't know how that would have gone.
I actually dated a guy. Well, we were never in the boyfriend phase, but
Because you got to be cool with never being number one.
Mhm.
You got to be cool with that.
That was the conversation Brian and I had when things started to get serious. When we were talking about meeting Blake for the first time, he was like, she will always be the most important thing to me. And even at the time, I was like, well, that's how I feel about comedy. I'm not going to not take gigs because of a vacation schedule or you don't want me to or anything like that. So we were both kind of in agreement that each other were not each other's number one. We were not each other's number one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a little different for me because my kids didn't grow up with me.
Yeah.
They were 2 states away. So it wasn't like I'd have to go pick them up at school every day or, you guys, she's here and they're not that far from you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's a whole other thing.
Right.
But you still do have other kids. For the first years of our relationship, I was going back and forth to Michigan every other weekend.
Right.
And when we moved to Cleveland and she didn't know anybody, it was like, that was a rough few years, boy.
Yeah, man.
So
It's not easy.
No, that's what I'm saying. You chicks with the open minds, God bless you.
Well, Bill has dated multiple different women who have kids, and I feel like it's the same
At the same
thing.
time.
At the same time.
You got to keep the kids' names right, or else you get in real big trouble.
Yeah. But it definitely takes
Well,
open communication, I'll tell you
it
that
took-
much.
I dated one
For
guy.
me, it also took a little bit of like, I was pretty naive about the whole situation because I was so young when I started dating my ex-wife that I went into the situation and I hadn't really had a long-term serious relationship ever. Like, I had a high school girlfriend, but that's different than like an adult relationship. And so I met her kids pretty fast. And
Like a month?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably about a month. And, you know, I like kids. So I was nice to them and made them laugh. And, you know, then I started building a relationship. And within that summer, because I lived with her for a few months before I moved to New York, like, I was around the kids all the time. And it just felt really natural. And I remember my middle daughter saying to me when I was reading her a story one night, she's like, "Bill, will you be my dad?" And I like that.
It'll destroy you.
And
Yeah,
I'm like,
of course.
It destroyed me. Like, it was like
Because theirs wasn't
an
around.
honor. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just developed as much of a relationship with the kids as I did with the mom, and then the relationship with the mom went away. But I still love the kids so much that you know, I had to stay in their lives and continue to be their dad.
Well, anyway, it's a hot dingle dad summer, and
Dingle dads.
enjoy that, all you dingle dads out there.
I'm a
Have
dingle
fun.
dad. Well, now my kids are all grown up too, so it's real easy. The hardest part about my kids being grown up is making sure I don't date someone their age.
I imagine that they would probably tell their friends, "Hey, that's my dad. Stay away from him." Unless they say,
Well, I'm not
just
saying I would
can't."
date their friends. I'm
you
saying
mean
like,
people their age?
someone that's, you know, because my oldest daughter's 24. So, and I don't go looking for 24-year-olds, but they're out there.
They are out there. They're plentiful.
I'm going to take.
And in Northeast Ohio, they got 2 kids.
Yeah,
so.
they do. They're old maids at
Right.
24. They don't have any kids. I got another $1,000 for you at 3:30. Listen for that next keyword to get some money from the Buzzard bookie. Do that coming up. And I will have another Buzzard bike key a little bit later for you, too.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
She was telling people the Bible says you must go and kill, but actually she was taking revenge.
We are all so horrified by the idea that a mother would sully her daughter in this way.
Listen to Queen Havoc and her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
One of life's most pressing questions.
What do I like about Alan Cox?
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is a deep cut, homie. This is the first year of this show in Cleveland. None of you guys were on this show yet. We did Parma State of Mind. Erica singing. Miles rapping. This thing blew up. Made Dean DePiro very, very angry with me. We, of course, would reach a detente. He was the mayor of Parma at the time, and he would just tell anybody who would listen how insulting it was and how terrible it was and blah, blah, blah. And then we were just being cheeky, of course, but I mean, it blew way up. Like, Drew Carey was retweeting it and blah, blah, blah. And it was very funny. We had fun with it. But it was, of course, a parody of Empire State of Mind, which was the Alicia Keys Jay-Z song. And ironically, the people who loved it most were people who lived in Parma. The mayor, Dean DePiro, at the time probably felt like he had to go to bat for standing up for his town or whatever. But I was talking to Jeremiah, who does the show opposite us over Kiss FM, and he asked if I was going to Alicia Keys. And I must be out of the loop because I didn't remember that Alicia Keys was coming. And it's like in a couple of weeks, she's doing the Romo Fijo. And Alicia Keys, if you've never seen her, are you going Poundcake?
No, but I did know that she was coming because I drive past that billboard every day.
Where is that?
It's on the side of Romo Fijo.
Oh, it's like a rotating digital billboard or whatever?
I mean, it stays for pretty long because I get off on the Ontario exit and I
Oh,
drive
you
up,
do you?
And from the time I get off, it's there. There's a picture of her, but
And how long does it take you to get off?
Depends on the day and if I did it yesterday.
Yeah, if I did it yesterday.
But yeah, no, it's there. Alicia Keys is just one of those for me. I don't care about seeing her in concert.
Wow.
Her music is good. Her music is good. I don't dislike her music. I don't dislike her as an artist. But I don't care enough to see her in concert.
She's so good.
I need choreography. I need pyro. I need like ballads. And Alicia Keys, she has I know all her music. If I was there, I would know, her stuff. The Try Sleeping with a Broken Heart, No One, you Don't Know My Name.
Hers is more of
Diary.
like an R&B kind of thing and a soul thing.
And when I go to
like
a
Jill
concert,
Scott. And
when I go to a concert, I don't want to sit.
You want dancing.
I want to bawl. I want to cry. I want excitement. And that type of music just doesn't excite me. That is music I listen to calm down. And I'm not calmed down in a concert setting. I'm just not.
I just fell in love with her. I was at the MTV Video Music Awards in 2001, and Alicia Keys came out. She was 20 years old, and she was up for Best New Artist. And she ended up winning. But she sat down at the piano and did Fallin'. And nobody knew who she was or what she did. And it was unbelievable. To this day, it's one of the best. I mean, everybody had goosebumps in this place. It was like Radio City or whatever. And she ended up winning Best New Artist. 9/11 would happen a few days later. But she was unbelievable. I'm sorry? What?
Were they connected?
Alicia Keys winning Best New Artist in 9/11? Boy, I hope not.
I don't think they were.
I really hope
Just
not.
asking questions.
Yeah. You got to do your own research on that one, I guess.
Like My Boo. Like that song, when that came out, everyone was so convinced that her and Usher were childhood friends. That's how they get us. Because
Who's they?
Just like the marketing people for record labels, because I legit thought, I'm like, oh, Usher and Alicia Keys dated when they were younger. And, I was on the school bus singing My Boo. It's so stupid.
Yeah, but you were a little kid. That's why.
I know.
I mean, I'm sure there were plenty of grown-ups who didn't think that was the case. But it's like when everybody thought that Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper were an item because they acted in a movie together.
Or that Lady Gaga had a penis.
Everybody thinks they're so media savvy, and they go, oh, my God, those two are doing it. Why? Because they were in a movie together? Because
Well, that does happen.
Because they were acting? It does, but it very clearly didn't with them.
I don't know how you can't not.
They
being
both
her
couldn't have
co-star.
been more adamant about the fact that that's not what was going on. They're like, guys, it is a movie. We are performing. We are playing roles. People are like, no, there's something Okay.
You can't not smash though. Like
You
even if
can.
there's
Plenty
no
of people do it. Plenty of people work together and don't smash.
I don't believe that.
I know you don't, sweetie. I got $1,000 here for you. Another round of cash courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. So listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
So why was there a belief that Usher and Alicia Keys were smashing?
Because the lyrics of the song, it started when we were younger, you were mine. My boo. And it was like,
right.
I've been thinking about you forever. You know, you were my long lost love. And
Right.
us as kids, we thought, oh, they were both talented. You know, their careers took them in different directions. They never were able to be together. And so this song was...
Did you also think that Kelly and Nelly were a thing?
Yes, I absolutely did.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I did. And I thought she made
That
that,
was
song
real
Dilemma.
mean of him not to reply to her spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah, when the Microsoft Excel, she was writing on that. I don't even know if that was a phone. Oh, God, I wanted one of those
It was
phones
like a
so
Palm
bad.
Pilot or something.
No, it was a T-Mobile Sidekick.
Was that in the
this-
video?
This is before Sidekicks. Yeah. What was it?
I never saw the video.
I wanted that phone so bad when I was a kid, a T-Mobile Sidekick. It was the latest technology.
I had a Sidekick.
Sidekick was hot for like 18 months, right? And
It
then
was
people
cool.
were like, it was what?
I said it was cool because the screen just popped up and it was just like, pink.
Right. T-Mobile Sidekick.
2.
Yeah. The Danger Hip Top, rebranded as the T-Mobile Sidekick, smartphone from 2002 to 2010.
Yeah, this
I
is like-
didn't realize they had been around that long.
This is like a Nokia thing.
There you go. Well, maybe you can find an old, somebody got an old Sidekick on eBay or something. You fire that puppy back up.
There you
Do you have a
go.
box of old phones?
I
have all my old phones in a
Probably-
box in the basement.
Probably at my mom's house I do. Once we
Fire them up
switched-
and go through the photos. Yeesh.
Because I think my first phone plan, we had Singular first, and then we went to Verizon, and then Verizon was like crazy expensive. So then we went to T-Mobile. We had like every phone company, and then we've been AT&T ever since. But I'm sure there's some phones around there somewhere.
Hashtag not an ad.
Not an ad. But if y'all want to take off my phone bill, feel free.
There you go.
Where are you at in a Excel?
What?
It's in the music video it says, where are you at? But it's like you can see the A, B, C, D across the
there's no
top in an
text.
Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, I don't understand why they couldn't just go to compose message. Like, why did they have to do it in that? Because they probably wanted people to talk about it for years.
Because it's probably just had bigger font in Excel. But usually on a budget like that, they'll just superimpose the image.
Yeah, you don't
Not
have to
back
type
then.
anything.
I don't
you
know how
could.
much they were superimposing images back then.
That's what they would do more often back then because the screens would get those like weird black lines going through it.
Right.
Where you at? Yeah, so he did. We thought Nelly and Kelly were dating. Yes, we bought into all of that. Yes.
But in fairness, you were a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, you got older and you're like,
Middle
oh, these
school.
people are singing to each other.
But,
and,
yeah, but like we would do like we didn't know what was real and what was fake because there would be celebrity couples like Ashanti and Ja Rule. They did songs together and they were a couple. Beyonce and Jay-Z would do songs together and they were a couple. So we just assumed.
rather than assuming that was the rarity, you assumed everybody was getting it on.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's like...
well, because usually, and I'm with Poundcake on this, because a lot of times they would deny it, and then eventually they confirm it.
Yeah, because Rihanna and Chris Brown.
Like at first they'd be like, no, we're just friends. And then they'd be like, okay, because they want to build up that hype. And then eventually they'd be like, they're making their big debut tonight at some awards ceremony or something like that. Because wasn't it kind of the same thing with Britney and Justin?
Yeah.
Like they were denying that they were dating for a while.
Yeah, but
then
also
they
these are
announced
people
it.
who do. But all these pop stars do multiple collaborations with multiple people.
But
so
it's not
obviously
always romantic though.
Well, but a lot of them are, but you're not going to assume that they're all doing each other at the same time. Like,
Only if it's a man and a woman, because T-Pain was in everybody's business in the 2000s, and he wasn't paying every single person that
Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was.
But I'm saying if you do,
he was in love with a stripper.
If you have a T-Pain or Lil Wayne collaboration on like a song, like that, it's not a chances are it's not a romantic song. But when you have a song like My Boo or Nelly and Kelly was like Dilemma, Ashanti and Ja Rule was Baby.
What about Islands in the Stream?
What is that?
That was
Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton.
Yeah, I'm sure there's people that thought they were having some sort of little.
But this is what I'm saying. There have always been romantic duets, and most people don't go, "Oh man, these two are in love."
I don't.
Why is pop music different in the modern era? Is it because of social media? People have more access to these people? I mean,
I think
duets
it was part of that era too.
Yeah.
Because there was so many that did end up being in a
Bow
relationship.
Wow and Sierra. I forgot about them. They were a big thing for a while.
But like there were tons. There have been duets as far as, you know, there was Stevie Nicks was duetting with. Of course, Stevie Nicks was sleeping with a lot of different.
She was banging everybody. So
she was banging Don Henley.
She
yeah, you're right. That's a bad example.
Well, okay, more recently, Doja Cat and Post Malone just made that song. That, oh, girl, I like you.
Yep.
Are they banging?
No, I think they just made a song
He's
together,
married.
yeah.
He's got a kid. He's married. He's happy.
That doesn't mean that I'm banging, right? Is he cheating respectfully?
Possibly.
Right. And she's cute, but she seems a little cuckoo too. And
That's because Post Malone seems completely there.
Well, but I mean, but he's like, you know, he's very open about the fact I got a kid and I got a civilian wife and
a civilian.
Well, you know what I mean? Like some people think
like she lives a private life.
Some people think show people got to marry show people, and other people are like, oh, a civilian keeps you grounded, blah blah blah.
I don't know how that works, man. When your husband is like the biggest star in the world, and I'm not talking about.
Ask Gwen.
I was more thinking.
Why?
About
Who does she know?
Who's she married to?
Who does she know that's married to the biggest star in the world?
Well, maybe that's how you'll find. Now listen, when McBoyfriend,
don't say that.
God forbid something should happen there.
He's coming with me tonight.
God forfend, right? But he's what?
I said he's coming with me tonight.
Coming with you? Where are you going tonight?
Oh, the funny bus.
Oh, right. Oh, Poundcake's doing Funny Bus tonight. It's the very last Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus. But you can take your own trip anytime you like, funnybus.net. And what are you going to do? Are you going to get a road pop first? You walk right into Collision Bend and get yourself something.
Yeah, I'll do something.
Yeah. A little to-go cup.
I didn't know they do that, but yeah.
You could bring a Buzzard brew.
Okay.
Bring some on board the bus.
See when
I took a whole bunch, handed them out to the customers.
When I was in Heinen's the other day and I had on a WMMS shirt and this guy looks at me, he goes, hey, you know, they just made a beer. And I forgot I was wearing a Buzzard shirt and I go, what? And he goes, WMMS, they just made a beer. I said, oh yeah, the Rockin' Buzzard Brew, right? He goes, yeah, I don't know. He like pointed over at it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's right over there. It just made me giggle.
Yeah. I like how surprised people are when they tell me how good it is. They go, it's really good. I go, yeah, that's what we were going for. We were going for a delicious beer that you would enjoy from Brew Kettle. We weren't going to can swill and sell it to you
Yeah,
like an SNL back in the day. Huh? Yeah, we did that.
That was the last one.
The last one we did years ago was swill. This one's great. Although I'm being told more frequently that it's getting harder and harder to find. So I don't know, people scooped them all up.
Of course,
Huh?
it's delicious. So
Of course.
It's going to be in demand.
So Poundcake on the Funny Bus tonight. What do you have planned?
I don't really have anything planned.
Oh,
I'm gonna
no.
have.
Do you know who your
You know, the rest of us all had scripts.
you know who your comic is?
Mm-mm.
Oh, boy.
I'll find out. I'll find out for you.
Mary had a script. I had a script. You
I rehearsed mine for weeks.
It didn't work out the way that we had anticipated,
No,
but
I
listen.
did get my mic cut off.
But security is knowing your
I asked her
lines.
about that.
What'd she say?
She said you didn't want to use the mic.
Not even
Oh,
close.
boy.
I asked to use the mic from the minute I got on that
When
bus.
has Mary not wanted to use a microphone?
Grow up. What do you mean I asked
Come
not
on.
to use the mic?
I'm just going to sit here quietly, and, you know, they don't want that, though.
She
We're,
said,
we're
"I
not
was gonna
there to
let
be
you do
quiet.
your thing. That's
She
what-
asked me
that's
if
what
I
Julie
wanted
said.
to do material, and I said no, that I didn't want to do jokes.
Right.
No,
I was
she-
like, I don't want to get up
She
and do
must have
stand-up.
misunderstood.
Maybe. I was like, I don't want to do any
A
stand-up.
little back and forth of the people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had a choice, I would have the mic the whole time. But again, not my tour. But kind of my tour,
Well,
right?
for people, though, who have been waiting because Poundcake hasn't hosted one yet, tonight's the night. And if you didn't get on, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe he'll show up on another one. I've got to take a break here. I will have Danzig tickets for you a little bit later on. I will have that next Buzzard bike key. We're giving away this custom Harley from Budweiser and MMS. And every single one of these keys, one of them is going to fire this bus up. We have a big event planned where we're going to have all the qualifiers try their keys. So the one that you're going to get from me today is a little bit closer to 410, so listen for that. Our buddy, author Josh Womack, is going to join us a little bit later on. He's got a book about Cleveland stand-up. I think we're all in that book, right?
Yeah.
We're all in it?
Not Poundcake.
Huh? The three of us. Yeah. So we'll chat with him shortly. 35192 if you want to text for anything, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you
Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Before making a joke, say, uh-oh, here comes a little whoopsie from my giggle hole.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Yeah, the return of the Brian Setzer Orchestra on the Buzzard. Listen, live music, tours and such, it's really a circle of life. And they had to cancel that sold-out show tonight out of Blossom with Robert Plant and Alison Krauss. If you were headed to that and didn't hear me mention it earlier, because of the air quality warnings, basically everywhere, but specifically Akron-Summit County, they have canceled that show for tonight. So on the one hand, you're spared waiting there to get into a sold-out show at Blossom. On the other hand, that's a really good show. And so that sucks. But if you like Brian Setzer, and I do very much, they've announced that he's coming to Cleveland, the Brian Setzer Rockabilly Riot. Boy, this is a guy who I thought was British until about 10 years ago. I had never interviewed Brian Setzer. I had never heard him speak. I, for some reason, thought Brian Setzer was British. He is not. He's from Long Island. I don't know how, because I liked Stray Cats back in the day. And I'm not even like a big rockabilly guy, but I just love Brian Setzer. And when he does that orchestra, it's dynamite. But if you like what he does, the Brian Setzer Rockabilly Riot is going to happen out at MGM Northfield Park Friday, October 6th. Those tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. I'm buying Greta Van Fleet tickets for my older daughter's birthday. She turns 19 on Friday. And she's way, way into Greta Van Fleet. And the frontman for that band, I think, just came out as something. I don't know if it was non-binary or if he said I'm gay, or I don't know what it was. You don't really have to, these days you don't have to throw anything on it anymore. You just go, yeah, this is kind of what I'm doing now. But I was reading an article today on how the G is slowly being, the G community is being slowly ignored in the LGBTQIA+. Poundcake might feel this. Yeah. A lot of articles being written about what happened to just being gay. Not that it's a criticism, but they're like, it's like if you're just a gay dude, that's not enough anymore.
Correct.
So all of this fighting and people who were at the forefront of the gay liberation movement over the past 50 years are understandably upset because they're like, we did all the heavy lifting and all the hard work to get to this point, and now the rest of the, wherever you are on that sexuality spectrum, everybody else is looking at just gay men like they're douchebags or something. Oh, you're just gay?
We've been reduced to how they think about weed. Like first, when weed started out, it was
a head high or a body high?
No, it was just one flavor. Just one. You want weed? Okay, we give you weed. Now it's like all the different types of grays, the different type of flavors, and you don't know what you're getting anymore. I'm a regular weed. Gays are just, there's some gays out there that are just regular weed. We don't have nothing in it. There ain't no sprinkles. There's no extra nothing. Regular.
You're just garden variety weed.
I'm OG Kush. I'm regular. Regular.
Smoke weed every day.
I don't want any other stuff because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what it comes with. You don't know who's getting it and then, giving it to you. You're just trusting that it's coming in the right package.
Right. You've really put some thought into this.
Good.
I had to read a couple articles to get there, but you're right at you're in the center of it. Yeah, he's in the center of it. I'm not going to tell him anything he doesn't already know.
Regular weed, as Cat Williams would say.
It is interesting. I'm a big Andrew Sullivan fan for people who know who he is, and he's kind of right of center, but he's also been at the forefront of kind of a lot of the, over the past 40 years or whatever, gay liberation movements and things like that. And he's like, yeah, we're kind of like, it's not enough to be a gay dude anymore.
Where is this coming from? Because I don't feel like that's a thing.
Well, I'm not in it. I'm just reading articles from prominent like gay journalists who are like, the G part of LGBTQIA+ is kind of slowly being shifted out in favor of other people who are saying, You gays did all the work, but now it's my time, and get over here.
I need an example
Oh,
of someone someone from this community that is saying, "Get out of the way, gay people. We're more important."
Well, these weren't direct quotes, but I would just people, guys like Andrew Sullivan, kind of saying that there's a feeling in the.
Well, it's a large community.
Well, and that's the point. Is that just like Poundcake describes it, run of the mill gay dudes
because
are like at the bottom of the pecking order.
When gay people fought for this liberation, there wasn't the segregation. If you were trans, you were gay. If you were non-binary, you were just gay. Like it was all lumped into one thing at that time.
Yeah. If you cross-dressed, people assumed you were gay. Transvestite back in the day.
If you combed your hair, people were like, gay.
Remember the term metrosexual?
Yeah.
If you iron your pants, people are like, gay guy.
Men cut their fingernails, and they were like, we need a new type of word for this.
What, are you going to put polish on those too?
You get your hair cut every 3 weeks? Gay.
Growing up, mine was if you had the earring on the left side, if you just had one earring and it was on the left side, that meant you were gay.
Make sure you didn't put it in the gay ear.
Yeah. But that's why when I got the earring on the show, Erica insisted I get it in the gay ear.
That's why when I had earrings, they were in both ears.
Because you're so gay.
Double gay.
So I think
super, super gay. I was putting out a vibe.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I'm not in the community, but I'm around it a lot, and I feel like this is just, I don't know, clickbaity.
I mean, these are public intellectuals. These aren't people writing for BuzzFeed. These are people who have been writers in that community for a long, long time. And it was just a couple of interesting takes on it that, again, I don't know. I'm not a gay man, but, Poundcake said he's been reduced to OG Kush.
Well, what I think happened.
And to a certain degree, I would think there might be some relief in that it's really not controversial to be gay anymore. I know that there are Bible thumpers who think that that's like opening the portal to hell, but those people are stuck in the 15th century mentally. Those people aren't, there's no way around what they believe, and nor should that be taken seriously. But it's interesting to me.
It's a double-edged sword because I think back in the day, gay people were thought of as like the stereotypical gay. And then as time has gone on and, society is more accepting of gay people, I think they have gotten bored of us. They found out that there are regular everyday gays. They go to work just like you. They have the same jobs as you. They have the same families. They hate their lives just like you.
They hate their lives.
They're regular. There's regular people that just happen to be gay. And the people that are the loudest of the minority group are, it's them. Like, it's the stereotypical gays. Those are the ones you see on TV or usually are out protesting something. So it's not all of us. So yes, we want representation, but then when we
wait, you're a regular gay that just hates his life?
I said there are gays out there that just hate their lives and that are regular just like you. But I think once people saw that, they're like, oh, you're not the type of gay that like the first thing I say, I don't have to tell people I'm gay, they know. But then they're like, because you're not a very good gay, you don't have really good fashion sense. I'm like, okay, bitch. Well, first off, my fashion sense is really good. And secondly, it's a stereotype. Shut up, Bill. Shut up, Bill. Like, you're not organized, like your house is never clean or like, stuff like that.
That's why I had to give it up for NASCAR. They're doing the first ever a terrible, terrible time to do it, but it's such a massive event that they're not going to cancel it. They're doing the first ever NASCAR street race in Chicago this coming weekend. You might have read about Jimmy Johnson dropping out because of this horrible, horrible situation where his in-laws are dead in a murder-suicide. If you're familiar with Jimmy Johnson, very, very prominent NASCAR driver, his wife's mom killed her husband and their grandson. Just this awful situation. So Jimmy Johnson goes, I'm dropping out. But they're still going to do this street race in Chicago where they're going to be, stock cars are going to be downtown doing 100 miles an hour. So on top of the city having the worst air quality in the world right now, race cars kick out all kinds of, they don't have pollution control like, commuter vehicles do. Tires screeching, kick off all this, So all that aside, I thought I'm like, boy, give it up for NASCAR because they had Pride merch. if there's anybody that you would think would keep that whole thing at arm's length, it would be NASCAR. But they're trying to broaden that tent. I thought it was a troll at first until I saw somebody with one of the shirts. Have you seen any of this NASCAR Pride merch?
No.
It says YASCAR.
That's hilarious.
See, that's stuff I'm talking about.
But that, right, it's like the mainstreaming of it. But I was like, wow. I mean, it's one thing if you're, if people who listen on the stream on iHeartRadio, they hear these constant Charmin ads for Pride Month. But NASCAR, they burned a pride flag in Hudson. Somebody out in Hudson, not exactly a liberal bastion out there. But the people in that community have really come to the defense of whoever. It said, you burn one down, we're going to put 100 more up. Somebody in that community burned a family's pride flag, and they're still looking into it. They have a new mayor now. Remember the old Hudson mayor? This was the guy a couple of years ago who ended up having to step down because he said, if we put up ice fishing shanties, we're going to have hookers in there.
Prostitutes.
Yeah, remember that guy?
Oh, yeah.
He was getting in trouble. There were 2 or 3 crazy things this guy threw out. And they were like, you got to go, bro.
Additionally, if you open this up to ice fishing, while on the surface it sounds good, then what happens next year? Does someone come back and say, I want an ice shanty on Hudson Springs Park for X amount of time? And if you then allow ice fishing with shanties, then that leads to another problem. Prostitution. And now you got the police chief and the police department involved. Just data points to consider.
Like nobody in this meeting said anything like, what the hell are you and of course that clip goes nationwide and the guy ends up resigning and for a couple of things. He was always putting his foot in it. He said like there was a college level textbook or something that he said had child pornography in it. And of course that means that then school board members are getting like threats from dummies and things like that. So this guy ended up stepping down. But burning a pride flag there in Hudson. And that community is rallying around that family, I guess as they should. But it is pretty wild. Imagine if we'd all gone around burning your dumb Trump flags. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, Alan. Hey, I'm not gay. I'm straight, but I want to say when I first moved out, went to Kent, student. Yeah, I'm not gay. But anyhow, my first year, I had a rando roommate who turned out to be gay, and I have no problem with that. But it was a little bit of a shock. I never even had a friend who was gay, let alone a roommate. But he was always, him and his boyfriend were always railing against the whole LGBTQ. Yeah, intended. But yeah, they were always, anytime something came up in the news or whatever, they'd roll their eyes and just kind of make almost like derogatory remarks towards the whole, that whole community. And I just thought that was interesting.
And why was that? They thought that it was, why was that?
I don't know. I don't want to speak for them, but my thoughts on it would be, the whole gay community took years to get to the point that they're at now. And these, the community is just pushing it, the envelope further and further.
Yep.
With, I don't know. I remember he would sit down with me and not understand, as far as pronouns and,
How long ago did you go to Kent?
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
How long ago did you go to Kent? How long ago was this? Because the pronoun thing was not a thing when I was in college.
Okay, first year was 2016, so, and, I was in the theater department, too, so it was a pretty, liberal.
Sure you're not gay?
Yeah, no, I'm not gay. I don't know, but I'm actually working in construction now.
Morgan's like, I'm gonna be laying the pipe. Maybe one straight guy in the theater department is gonna be awesome. He was working the long con.
Moving through the different jobs.
Right. Okay, thank you, Morgan. I appreciate it.
I love the ground rules.
But again, that's what's so interesting about it is people who think that any group of people is a monolith, and all think the same way, and it's like there's always arguments within it, you know?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I said it's a double-edged sword, because we want representation. We don't want the representation to go away, but at the same time, when you get representation, it might not be the representation you want. Like, not every gay person watches RuPaul's Drag Race.
There's a lot of straight people that do.
And then people say, oh, well, you guys want a representation. I'm like, yeah, but we want representation. Why can't there be a gay leading a box office, movie? And they're like, well, now you guys got Bros. I'm like, no one wanted to see Bros. The people who worked on Bros didn't want to work on Bros. Like, that's not what we voted for. And then, when you get coddled, I'm like, we spent how many years fighting for equality or, for the gay rights movement, and then you guys are scared when someone, like, misgenders you or, uses the wrong pronouns or something like that. I'm like, come on, we're stronger than this. So that's my only thing.
You also have to give people the leeway to catch up.
Yeah.
I also feel like that's one of those things where it happens rarely, and then people make a bigger deal out of it.
You think they amplify it?
Yeah, I absolutely think the pronouns thing is amplified because, like, going to meetings with my son and stuff like that, everybody says their pronouns, and then you talk to them, and that's it. But, like, there's not a lot of, like, there are a few people out there like, no, you got my pronouns wrong, blah, blah, or people are intentionally not using someone's pronouns, but I don't think it's as prevalent as society has made it seem like it is.
Most people are still trying to just get along.
Because most people
are polite.
And also aren't even running into this situation all that often.
Right.
How does your son feel about that? Like, is he
he doesn't like to be misgendered, but he doesn't get misgendered.
Okay.
He like the only person that would misgender my son right now is someone going out of their way to be an a-hole.
Right.
Because
and honestly, I would never know. Like,
right,
if I
exactly, because
didn't know.
he's very passable. Now, there are a lot of people that aren't passable, and people will misgender them, and that is a disrespectful thing. Though that is someone just, like, when you see, he's female to male. When you're male to female and say you're tall and maybe a little muscular, things like that,
big chin,
people will sometimes mess it up by accident, but then there's other people that they'll misgender someone on purpose just to try to be a jerk.
Even though that doesn't really negatively affect them at all.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird.
You know how I know you're gay?
How? How do you know I'm gay?
Because you macrameed yourself a pair of jean shorts.
You know I know you're gay? You just told me you're not sleeping with women anymore.
You know how I know that you're gay?
How? Because you're gay and you can tell who other gay people are?
You know how I know you're gay?
How?
You like Coldplay. You know how I know that you're gay?
How?
You like the movie Made in Manhattan.
You know I know you're gay?
How?
I saw you make a spinach dip in a loaf of sourdough bread once.
A loaf of sourdough bread. Oh, my goodness.
I love sourdough bread.
I don't care for sourdough bread.
Big fan.
It's too much sour and it's too doughy for me.
Interesting. Two manufacturers.
They could make great strides with sourdough bread if it was A, less sour, and B, not so much dough. Why do we need all that dough? Why does it have to be so sour?
Maybe you try an English muffin. That sounds like something.
What makes it sour, by the way?
I think the yeast that they use.
Is that what it is? It's like a bitter yeast?
I think. I don't know.
Because weren't people making that in the pandemic? Everybody was making, that was the cliches, everybody's making sourdough bread.
Good sourdough starter.
Yeah.
But is it, does sourdough actually have that sour of a flavor? I don't think it does.
No, but it tastes different. It's not like a pickle
definitely tastes different,
juice,
but it's not, it's not like you're biting into a lemon.
Yeah.
Well, when I go to a bar and they don't have pickle juice for my Jameson pickleback shots,
You do
I'll say,
sourdough starter?
yeah, can I get a shot glass full of sourdough yeast? And I'll just chew on that after my JMO shot. I got to take a break here. Our buddy Josh Womack is going to join us. He was a comedian back in the day. He's an author now. He's got a book called You Are Not That Funny about the Cleveland comedy scene. So we'll chop it up with him over that. I'll have another $1,000 for you on the way at 4:30. Let me give you this Buzzard bike key because I promised that I would. We've got a custom Harley Davidson courtesy of MMS and Budweiser. It's going to be tricked out for you to win, but you got to get one of these keys. So caller 10, you will get my key this afternoon. So good luck. 216-578-1007. Get your key that might fire up the Buzzard bike. Or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox
this way.
Listen to Queen Havoc and her murder cult on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
I want to go see Danzig and his band. They're going to be back to Cleveland on September the 13th. That is a Wednesday night. Wednesday the 13th at the Masonic Temple. You can go to MasonicCleveland.com. Tickets, info, everything else. Not sure who the support is for this, but should be a good show if you've never seen Danzig, or if you have. Two for this show. Call 10. Good luck. These are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The pitch, Brennan rips one down the right field line. Fair ball and into the corner. That'll score Arias. Jimenez is being waved around. No throw to the plate. Will Brennan with a two-run double into the right field corner. And the Guardians have a 2-1 lead in the ninth. And Barlow went back to another breaking ball, and Brennan was all over it.
Oh, what an exciting time in Kansas City last night. The Guardians pull out a win against the Royals. 2-1 last night. They'll play him again tonight. It is an 8:10 first pitch here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. Here's the great Bobby Womack. I assume no relation whatsoever. Joshua Womack.
None whatsoever. But
None whatsoever.
But I appreciate the association. Thank you.
The resemblance is uncanny.
Yes.
Based on the author book.
Tall,
picture,
dark,
rather,
handsome.
on the back of your book. That's right. Josh Womack is, I'll just read the back of your book here, okay?
Okay.
A senior copywriter and former comedian.
Just shut up. It's the chorus.
Jackie Brown.
Is this 110th Street?
Across 110th Street. That's right. When she's driving and
Great
singing in
song.
her car, Pam Grier.
Great song.
Oh, so foxy.
Incredible song.
Love
All right,
Bobby Womack.
Now back to the book.
Joshua Womack is a senior copywriter. For whom do you write copy?
Progressive.
Progressive Insurance. All right. Like ad copy or like actuarial copy or all of it?
So I'm in like the in-house ad agency at Progressive.
Okay.
Yeah, so all that good stuff.
Doesn't Erica's husband work for Progressive? Or he did, or doesn't Ian work for Progressive?
I think
he did
1
at
in
some
3
point.
people in Cleveland.
Yeah.
work.
Is that what it is? Yeah. They're a huge employer, right? Yeah. Josh was, when I first came to Cleveland, I was still doing stand-up a lot, and Josh was a comic then, and I did a lot of shows with you.
Yep.
And he has a book now about the Cleveland comedy scene, stories from Cleveland stand-up, called You Are Not That Funny. And this is your second book.
Yeah.
I thought that Bill and Mary and I were all in this. Mary might not be in this. Is
No.
that correct?
I am not.
You are not in
That's
this.
okay, though, yeah.
I think Mary was kind of coming on as I was fading out.
That's what I was saying, is that we had a
Okay.
very brief overlap.
Yeah.
So this
Her
is
star was on the rise, and I was falling into the abyss.
This is a snapshot of that time. We're talking, I came here in 2013. And so we're talking about, 2009 is when I came here. We're talking about that snapshot in time.
Yeah, I would say probably most of the stories between 2009, 2013-ish.
And I started in 2012.
Okay.
So, yeah, we
right
were
at the
only
tail
for a
end.
year, yeah.
Yeah.
Were you ever on any of Josh's shows?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I did Willoughby Brewing Company a couple times. We did a startup.
Oh, that was Shaker Launch House
Yeah,
in Shaker Heights.
Yeah. We did a handful of shows together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was doing Brothers Lounge a lot. I was doing Willoughby Brewing Company. I was doing, whatever the hot spots were at that time. And you were always kind enough to put me on those shows. And nobody really knew who I was or cared. So you're kind of like, well, I had fun with a lot of people. What precipitated you saying, maybe I'm going to write this up?
Yeah, one of the things that really stuck out was you get those Facebook memories that pop up on your timeline. And like every other memory was a flyer from Brothers Lounge, Willoughby Brewing Company, some other crappy bar show. Not that those were crappy bar shows, but you know what I mean.
Sure.
And so once I started to see enough of those pop up, I thought, do I have a book here? And even when I was writing the first book last year, I kind of had a notion that I wanted to write this. And it's a short book. It's only about 100 pages, so it's a pretty quick read.
Is this shorter or longer than Charles Ramsey's book?
Probably about the same.
Probably the same.
Go ahead and autograph that for me.
It's probably also longer than Lanigan's book, too. But it's called You're Not That Funny, and it is your second book. First book was called I'm Not a Copywriter, But. Was that a thicker book, the copywriter book?
It was probably, I would say, it's a smaller book. The first book was about 15,000 words. This one's about 22,000. So they're both, like I said, both on the short end, but they cover very, very different subjects.
Where did you go to college?
Bowling Green.
And had you done comedy in college? Like, what was the spark of that for you? Was there a time when you thought, well, maybe I'll do this?
No, I was just one of the many.
You were a dabbler.
Yeah, I was like one of the hundreds of people in Cleveland who went to Dave Schwenson's comedy workshop and took that workshop and did my little graduation.
Is that a thing, like a class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like you go on like a Wednesday night at the Improv.
I read his book I skipped the class. I just read his book and started doing it, but the book was outdated at the time that I read it.
Okay.
And that was 2004. So
yeah, I took it in 2007.
Yeah.
Wanda Mayfield was in the same class.
Okay.
As me, which was cool. She was like definitely valedictorian. Like,
Yeah.
you knew she was going to be like really good.
I just did a show with Wanda. She hadn't done stand up in a few months or maybe even a year. And she's like, "Oh, I'm nervous about this." And then she's like, "I only want to do like 15, 20 minutes because it's been a little while." And then she did 40 minutes up front
and destroyed.
Yeah,
man.
And talked so much about butt stuff.
So
that's ambitious to want to do. If I haven't done in a while, to do 15 or 20 minutes,
right,
and then stretch that to 40 minutes.
She was having a blast and she was killing. So I don't blame her one bit.
So you did do it at Bowling Green or no?
No, I didn't do it. This was after college. And I kind of just messed around.
You never went up at Grumpy's?
No, I didn't go up at Grumpy's.
Grumpy Dave's is what it was, I think.
Was it Grumpy?
It was the upstairs.
Yeah,
Grumpy Dave's. Yeah.
What's the downstairs bar?
I don't know. It was trash. I blacked out on that main strip of BG so many times.
It was a fun college though. Yeah.
My sister went there, so I would go out there and do shows. Like when I first started, I'd go and do the open mic night, and then they had like an actual like paid comedy night that I eventually got to feature and then headline and then got to turn down. And that's when I was like, I'm doing all right.
I've made it. I'm turning
when
down
you're turning
gigs.
down gigs in Northwest Ohio. Yeah. That's when you know you've made it.
Is Bowling Green south of Dayton?
No, it's
not.
kind of by Toledo.
Okay.
Yeah. You see a lot of Dayton signs as you're driving out to Bowling Green.
So
Lucky Haskins.
Yeah, when I you know what? So I went to school in Toledo. On the drive from Toledo to Bowling Green, about the halfway point was Lucky Haskins, the exit for that.
Yeah.
And I always was like, if I wrote a book, my main character would be Lucky Haskins.
I wrote short stories about Lucky
Shut
Haskins.
up! Did you really?
That's
Yeah.
my production company name.
I didn't know that.
So you're from this area, though? You're from like the Cleveland metro
Mayfield
area?
Heights,
Mayfield
inside.
Heights.
Yep.
So you come back from college and you had studied what? I mean, is your
sports journalism.
Okay.
Yeah.
So writing was what you wanted to do.
Yep.
And you thought, well, if I'm maybe I have a little bit of acumen, I'm trying to write. Maybe I'll write jokes. I mean, was it as simple as that? That's how it came about?
Yeah, me and a buddy from high school just started emailing joke premises, like back and forth with each other. Is this funny? Is this fun? You know, just kind of back and forth. And
or were you bumping into people that were doing comedy and you're like, oh, that looks like fun? Or you were going to shows, or it was just organic?
Yeah, I think like I was sort of paying attention to the scene at the time. Like Cleveland Yucks, as Bill remembers, was a website at the time.
Which was like Yucks. With a C or just Y-U-K?
Y-U-C-K, I think.
Cleveland,
Cleveland Yucks. Okay.
Yeah, and it was like a message
Oh my
board where
God.
I think the premise of Cleveland Yucks started out as like to be supportive in gigs, but then it just turned into everybody just complaining and
Arguing
bad-mouthing
and
other comedians.
Yeah, it's- you just go to the
Invariably, that's
message
what it's
board.
going to be.
When I moved
It was
here-
basically Facebook before there was Facebook.
Well, when I moved here, they were like, make sure you check Cleveland Yucks before you go anywhere. Like, don't drive to an open mic unless you read about it on Cleveland Yucks first.
Well,
and it felt like that, where it was just basically people were just trash
It was
talking.
definitely like the hub. Like
Well, it
that's
stopped me from going to a lot of open mics because I was like, this looks like a horrible place.
Who was running it, though?
Jerry Jaffe.
Well, the original Cleveland Yucks founder was Mike Baker.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a name I haven't heard in a very long time.
Yeah, I don't know those names.
I think probably a big fan of GG Allin. So
Yeah!
he was like a former musician, very into the punk scene, very interesting dude, and loved comedy. wasn't great at it, but like, helped build this website so there could be some sort of community for it.
He was a fan.
He was a
The
fan,
booster.
and he would do it, and like he'd put on shows, and he did a lot to get things going in those early 2000s for comedy.
So some of the chapters in this book, there's a hilarities part. There's one called The Stories. There's The Places, where you kind of go through a lot of these in this book. It's called You Are Not That Funny, Stories from Cleveland Stand-Up. How do people get this?
Right now, well, it'll be available this Monday, July 3rd.
Yeah.
All your usual Amazon, Barnes & Noble online, Target.com, all that good stuff. I don't have it in any bookstores yet. That's kind of like phase 2, I guess you could say.
But it's the perfect Independence Day gift. People give other people
think
gifts for
so.
Independence Day, right?
People like reading
just
on the
in
beach,
time for the
right?
4th of July. They could pre-order it now.
Well, and
and
like
get
some of the
it.
chapters in it, like 2 of the chapters, one is of Brothers Lounge, another
Yep.
chapter is Willoughby Brewing Company. And I always have a fondness for those shows because I always thought those were some of the funnest shows.
Those were kind of the
around.
premier shows in that era.
Yeah.
Like Brothers Lounge, when Farrell started that one up, it was the first time since. So before that, Mike Farrell ran a show called The Grimy 90 with Jason Lawhead at a place called Bossa Vita.
Yep.
And that was, when I first started, that was the best show you could get on.
That was on West 117th.
That
right?
was West 117th. It was a bar called Bottoms Up, and then they had like this lounge downstairs called Bossa Vita. And when you would do that, you'd like, okay, I'm getting into the scene. It was like the book
People
show.
know me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was great. And then bar management changed and stuff like that. So that shut down. And then Farrell started Brothers Lounge, and this took the feeling at Bossa Vita to another level because Brothers Lounge was such a nice place, and it was set up perfectly for comedy. They like the first show we did there, like they had the green room all set up. Like it was electric going there.
And that's what it's funny because I got a lot of comedians' thoughts on Brothers Lounge for the book, and all of them talk about that. Like there's a little curtain that you wait in, like before you go on stage. So like it definitely gives you a feel of like the big time.
It was a
even though
showbiz
it's like a
feel,
bar
yeah.
show. Yeah.
You were kind of just in that hallway going over your stuff.
thin.
And it's
too.
thin,
Yeah.
and you can hear like the comedians performing. You can kind of hear the crowd
crushing, yeah.
and then like you're with the other comics, and you're like, all right, here we go. And then like you literally go,
Willoughby Brewing Company, you're just sitting at the bar until you go up.
yeah,
And, you know.
until you go onto that huge stage. That's just
Right.
like everything's just like way too big, you know.
Josh Womack's book is You Are Not That Funny. It's stories from Cleveland stand-up. Hold that thought. I got to give away someone here. Is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get one of these keywords about 30 past every hour, so don't waste them. Listen closely. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
You live down here now, right?
Yeah, I live in Schofield.
I think I saw you.
okay.
I think I saw you crossing the street one day, but I wasn't going to go like, "Hey, Josh," because I think I was behind you and I wasn't sure it was you.
Yeah.
this was a while
Across
ago.
East 9th Street.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm always with my dog. I'm always walking my dog. So if you see,
Well, you weren't with a dog, so but I was pretty sure it was you.
Yeah,
but
it probably
yeah.
was.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you're a married guy now and all
yeah,
that.
married.
You got kids?
No,
No.
just the dog.
Just the dog.
Yeah. Joshua Womack, 82. Still on social?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
got
Yes.
those. So I don't know what it was that I was reading, but it was like, oh, Josh dabbled in stand-up and pro wrestling.
Yeah, that was
And
my
I didn't
first
know.
book.
I didn't know what that. Oh, that's from that first book.
Yeah.
And so the copywriting book.
Yes.
Okay. Writing like stories for wrestling or
No, actually like a physical tryout.
Okay.
Yeah, it was there used to be an independent promotion in town called Firestorm Pro Wrestling,
okay.
and they used to do shows over at the Fantasy in
Yeah,
Lakewood.
Sure.
And I think I found the ad in Craigslist that it was like, "Hey, want to be a pro wrestler?"
Right. Because you're not a tall guy.
No,
Right.
no.
You're not. You don't cut an imposing figure.
No.
Yeah.
Come on, Alan.
He can't. He doesn't know.
I'm sorry.
Well, but it was funny because, like, I mean, like, I did show choir in high school, so I thought I could learn the choreography for wrestling, like,
Right.
somewhat
Similar.
easily. Yeah, I thought there was like the two things related, you know.
Yeah.
And then so they had open tryouts. It was in I think February of 2009 at the Fantasy Theater, and I walked in, and I'm like, man, it's like really cold in here. Like it's February, but it wasn't much warmer in the building.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to the bathroom, like, there's no running water. And then I found out later on that to get a deal on the rent, they didn't have heat or running water.
Like no utilities.
Yeah,
in
like
there,
no utilities, so that way like the promotion could have a place to set up their ring.
Right.
And I did it for about 3 months. I never had a match in front of like a live audience. I ended up getting a nasty concussion. And
Well, I was gonna say, like,
that's
that's
what got me out of it.
So you were just doing like scrimmage matches, or did you have like a luchador thing on, or what? Did you have a character, or was it just learning the moves?
So I really wanted to do this finishing move called, it was like a front face neck breaker, where like I flipped and then I did like a honky tonk man neck breaker.
Okay.
At the same time.
I know nothing about pro wrestling, so
That's
it's
all right.
Yeah,
It's-
okay.
Yeah, just take it for what it is.
But it would have been cool.
It
is
would have
what
been
you're saying.
super cool.
Yeah.
And then what happened
It doesn't
was,
really break their neck, by the way.
Yeah, it doesn't. Thank you. Thank you, Bill.
I thought he said nut breaker.
No,
you said neck breaker.
neck breaker.
The nut breaker was what?
Honky-tonk neck
breaker. Gotcha. So not a nut breaker.
Not a nut breaker.
You went through a couple of things, but you didn't wrestle in front of people.
No, like I said, I ended up getting like really bad vertigo from a concussion I got.
Yeah.
So I went to go see a neurologist, and I'm like, "Give it to me straight, doc. Like, do I have a future in this?"
Your pro wrestling days are over.
And- Will I ever
before
wrestle again?
Yeah, before they even got
And
started.
he told me, he's like, I'll tell you the same thing I tell my son. He's like, my son plays hockey. He's like, and I can't wait till he's done with it. He's like, so if you have safer career options, I suggest not doing
Right.
this. And that was
so it was all over for you.
Yeah, it was
Right.
90 days of awesomeness.
But you did it.
I did it.
Yeah, you
Give
did
it a
it.
shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I remember a while back too, because I had talked to you about it, that you were having comedians write speeches for weddings.
Oh yeah, laugh staff. Yeah.
Laugh staff
Yeah.
is what it was.
Yep.
And that was was that kind of a good thing for a while? Is it still a thing or no?
No, we kind of disbanded right after COVID.
Yeah.
When kind of all the weddings,
Yeah.
kind of shut down and whatnot. But we did that for about 6 or 7 years. Me and a guy, Cameron Amigo.
It's a great idea.
And it really, I think, kind of gave me the springboard into what I do now. Copywriting. It got me writing for other people.
Yeah.
Which was cool. So it's just any type of writing, I think, just kind of carries over.
But it was a service where people could pay you guys.
Yeah.
And you'd say, we'll write a funny, pithy.
Way before Jet.
Right.
GPT.
Or like whatever you want. If you're a best man, you've got to give a
Yeah.
speech or anything like that.
Or like, hey, here's a couple fun memories.
Yeah. Or if like
incorporate.
somebody, like a lot of like people were being asked to officiate weddings.
Oh,
So it's like if somebody asks a friend like, hey, will you officiate the wedding? Sometimes those people would reach out and be like, what do I say
How do I do
to
this?
officiate this wedding?
Yeah.
Right. So they would. The process was you guys saying, "Well, give me some bullet points," or you would just write something out of whole cloth, and then they could play with that how
Yeah,
they
so we would
wanted.
send them a questionnaire and really just like ask as many questions as we could, how they knew the bride and groom, what was their, history with, like, are there any topics, off limits?
Right.
And then people would fill it out. The maid of honors always filled it out way better than the best man.
best man,
The best
yeah,
man would do
right.
like one-word answers. And you
Right.
have to,
How long have you known the groom? Forever.
Yeah, forever. Yeah.
What is his name?
Since
Not sure.
college.
Right.
Yeah. Since college.
Yeah. We got drunk a lot.
Yeah.
right.
Oh, cool. This is going
And
to
then,
be
like,
great.
I would always email him back. I'd be like, hey, that's a great start. Can we just expand just a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't need much.
Saw strippers once.
You're like, I don't know this guy at all. You know him, so I'm going to need a bit more
Yes.
than that. Right. Did you ever have somebody come back to you and go, man, that did not go over?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And
because it's kind of a shot in the dark.
A little bit.
Yeah, you're like, here's this.
Yeah, and it's funny. Usually when the people would fill out the questionnaire, you could kind of tell how far they were willing to push it.
Yes.
Just from their answers from the
Yep.
questionnaire. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them you could like kind of tell like, okay, they're going to lean a little more conservative. And then some of them are just F-bomb this, F-bomb this. Like,
right.
I only want to do
in
this.
the questionnaire.
Yeah, and some of them would be like, oh, I'm only doing this speech because I want to go viral. I'm like,
This is
all
someone's
right.
wedding.
I'm like, well, let me just tell you, you're not. So,
uh-huh. My belly full and my balls empty. That was a
Yeah.
Josh Womack original.
that's the title of the next book.
There you go.
That's number 3 in the trilogy.
Yeah, there you go. Well, congrats on the book.
Thanks, man. I super appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I was,
Josh
I,
Womack.
I was gearing up
book.
today. I was listening to Blurry by Puddle of Mud on repeat to get juice for my WMMS debut.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that's why he was crying when he walked
Yeah,
in.
and my wife always makes fun of me because like
You can stop right there.
I love butt rock.
Yeah.
Like, I love Buck Cherry. Like
Me
I get it.
too.
and I
And
love Hinder,
Nickelback
but
and
I don't
Hinder,
like
yeah.
them like ironically. Like
No.
I like them.
Me too. Yes.
And I did a little research.
Sounds so sweet. That one?
Oh,
Yeah.
Lips of an Angel.
Lips of an Angel. Yeah,
Great
Elaine.
song.
Yeah.
And next year, Buck Cherry is eligible for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I
Let's
looked
vote
that
him in.
up.
Let's
Let's
get
vote him
Josh
in.
Todd and Buck Cherry into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Well, what better way to say goodbye to Josh Womack and with some hinder there. His book is called You Are Not That Funny, Stories from Cleveland Stand-Up. It's available for pre-order. It'll drop on Monday.
Yes. Oh, and I'm doing a book signing July 20th at Dracy's Slice Shop.
Hey!
Oh, nice.
So they told me that you guys are big fans of that place.
We are, yes.
So July 20th, 6 to 8 p.m. if you're not doing anything.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
We'll
absolutely.
come
You already
by
got
after
the
the
book,
show.
so
That's
maybe
a
you don't need to
Thursday
stop
night, right?
by. What?
That's a Thursday
That's
night.
a Thursday.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to Vegas all next week, so this will be my poolside read,
There you
baby.
go.
Yeah, that's right. Well, good to see you, pal.
Thanks,
for coming
man.
in.
Really appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
All right, let me take a break here. I will have what for you? Well, I'll have something for you later on. Let's get some hinder going for you.
Saying my name, it sounds so sweet. Coming from the lips of an angel. Hearing those words, it makes me weak.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
So Scotch actually comes from a Japanese word.
But the Vietnamese, so I guess Vietnamese picked it up, and then the South Vietnamese Air Force.
Who do you think would win in a war? The people who live in Vietnam or the country in South America? Starts with a V.
Venezuela?
Who lives there?
Venezuelans.
You have a war between
the Venezuelans and the Vietnamese. It would be a tough call to make.
Who'd you place your bet on?
Probably Vietnamese.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Factory incentive to dealer. MSRP 29,080. 27-month term. $0 sec debt. 10,000 miles per year. 2,899 down. Plus tax and fees with approved credit. N7523.
Hi, this is Chris Marhofer at Ron Marhofer Chevrolet in Stowe. During the Spring Into Adventure sales event, our Silverados are drastically reduced. We're excited to offer some of the hottest deals of the summer on Silverado, Colorado, Equinox, Tahoe, and Traverse. But hurry, these deals end soon. Payments from $299 a month or $0 down. Over 50 Silverados available with up to $6,000 in savings off MSRP. It's the perfect opportunity to get behind the wheel of a new Chevy car, truck, or SUV and save up to $6,000 off. Plus, our expert team is always here to help you find the perfect vehicle from $299 a month or $0 down. Don't wait. Visit us today at Ron Marhofer Chevy and take advantage of these limited time summer deals before they're gone with payments from just $299 a month or $0 down. We can't wait to see you on the road in your new Chevy. Find new roads at ronmarhoferchevy.com in Stowe.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
Unleash your summer fun at Ken Ganley Kia. Hit the road and keep your cash for summer adventures when you sign and drive. Choose from hundreds of new Kias, including Seltos, K5, Sportage, Sorrento, Forte, Soul, and the 3-row Telluride, all with zero due-it signing. Plus, right now, buy a select new Kia with special 2.9% financing for 4 full years. 2.9%. And when it comes to credit, we love to say yes, you're approved. During the Kia Summer Sales Event at all 4 convenient Ken Ganley Kia regional superstores in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Or visit us online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see you in a Ken Ganley Kia.
APR example, 23 Kia Forte or sold, $22.09 per thousand financed, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved credit through KMF, expires 7/5/23.
You can't put a price on better vision, but if you could, how about $4.50?
Order up!
I'm serious. For the price of a latte a day, you could get LASIK at the LASIK Vision Institute. The LASIK Vision Institute has performed over 1.3 million LASIK procedures, and we always have great deals to make LASIK affordable for everyone. LASIK only takes minutes, with most patients returning to normal activities the next day. So if you want to see better, a latte better, schedule your free consultation at the LASIK Vision Institute.
The LASIK Vision Institute is offering $1,000 off their Wavelight laser when treated in July. That's $500 off per eye with guaranteed financing. So book your free consultation with the experts in LASIK and visit GetLVILASIK.com now. That's GetLVILASIK.com. Amazing vision, amazing price. Cost of LASIK compared to a daily $4.50 latte over 3 years. Must mention this promotion to be treated in July of 2023 to qualify. $1,000 off for both eyes on standard Wavelight price. $500 off for one eye. Cannot be combined with any other offers. See details at GetLVILASIK.com.
At the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking with savings on top brand appliances like a new LG CounterDepth Max refrigerator with ultra-large capacity on the inside and a seamless look on the outside. Or an LG oven with built-in air fryer for crispier, healthier cooking. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online at the Home Depot, your innovative new appliances are just a click away too. Get special buy savings plus up to $1,000 off select kitchen appliances like this exclusive LG kitchen package at the Home Depot.
If you're a Dunkin' Rewards member, you can get a $3 medium Dunkin' Refresher every day all month long. Not a member? Join on the app. Limit 1 per member per day. Additional charges and terms may apply. Exclusions may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Response to Diamonds Direct's amazing finance offer has been off the charts, so we're extending it through this Saturday. You can go into the holiday weekend with some new bling and spread your payments over as long as 5 years with special financing, or save up to $5,000 on the spot. It's our best finance offer ever and our most aggressive pricing. Fine jewelry has never been more affordable, but this amazing offer ends this Saturday and will not be extended. Only at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Details and more at diamondsdirect.com on approved credit.
The GetGo app is better. Believe it. Download to order fresh faves today.
Celebrate freedom on your free iHeartRadio app. The freedom to stream your favorite station from anywhere. The freedom to hear the artists you love on demand. And the freedom to binge the biggest podcasts of the summer. Take what you love everywhere you go. Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Hey, K.O.B., you got what I need.
At the all-new Kia of Bedford, buy any new Kia and make no payments for 90 days. You heard it, no payments for 90 days. KiaofBedford.com. With approved credit, deferred payments applied to the remainder of financing. Interest accrues during no payment period. See dealer for details.
Jose Ramirez. How many times can he come through?
With the Guardians Ballpark Pass, you can get a standing room ticket for every home game for just $49 per month. Ballpark passes are only available while supplies last at CLEGuardians.com.
Up late and hungry? Applebee's has you covered. We are open late night and have half-price appetizers 9 p.m. to close every night. From our fan-favorite chicken wonton tacos to our classic boneless wings, we have something for every appetite. See you at Applebee's for late night.
Tonight at 7:30.
Right field. This will do it.
Josh Naylor and the Guardians are in Kansas City for a Central Division showdown against the Royals. Coverage begins with Guardians Live on Bally Sports Great Lakes and the Bally Sports app.
They say that time is of the essence, and at Mr. Hero, we couldn't agree more. Order online at MrHero.com and save time. Just select all your favorites at menu price, then skip the line at pickup. Your Roman burger or hot buttered cheesesteak will be coming off the grill so fresh, so hot, and so ready for you to devour. Curbside pickup is also available at select locations. You gotta get here, and we'll be ready.
I crave a hero.
Sandusky Fireworks Superstore has what you need to celebrate this 4th of July. Their shelves are stocked wall to wall. When you think 4th of July, think Sandusky Fireworks Superstore, just off Route 2 and 250 in Sandusky, or check them out at SanduskyFireworks.com.
The Brew Kettle puts the kettle to the metal with our new IPA Party Pack. 4 uniquely hopped IPAs just in time to amplify your summer set list. Turn up the flavor and pick up a party pack at Giant Eagle today.
Traffic. From the Elk Note Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK-OHIO. Heaviest spot of traffic is on 480 West between 422 and Lee Road. An earlier accident there is gone. Minor fender bender on 90 West on the Rocky River Bridge in the right shoulder. Carnegie and East 79th Street, Chardon Road at Rockefeller Road, Mayfield Road at Eddington Road, and construction delays north and south along Crocker Road between Clemens and Hilliard. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all doubled. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Oh, well, I take blood and I cannot lie. You are the brothers I can't deny. That when a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round penny in your face, you get sprung. You get sprung. Oh, you get sprung. Deep in the jeans she's wearing, I'm hooked and I can't stop staring. Baby got back.
I'll see your mashup and I'll raise you an Elvis Presley AI composition.
Insane.
Doing Baby Got Back. If you follow the guy who does There I Ruined It, who does some really, really funny stuff with like Pro Tools and kind of just messing with pitch on songs, and he's done mashups too. But he got Elvis Presley AI to create this. There's backup singers and the whole bit to do Baby Got Back in the style of Don't Be Cruel.
I want him to do WAP.
Oh, man.
In a pot.
Yeah.
Well, I take blood and I cannot lie. You are the brothers I can't
I would bump this, no lie.
Yeah, it's a banger.
When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round penny in your face, you get sprung. You get sprung. Oh, you get sprung. Deep in the jeans she's wearing, I'm hooked and I can't stop staring. Baby got back. My anaconda don't want none unless she got the buzz high. I'm begging for a piece of that bubble, so go and find that juicy double. And you get sprung. You get sprung. Oh, you get sprung. I don't want no other but now, baby, it's just yours I'm thinking of.
I'm scared.
Pretty good.
This is like...
This is what makes people want to welcome our AI overlords.
Yeah, but like...
This is the fun part. It will quickly become the not fun part.
I was gonna say,
But we'll always have these memories.
Soon as a debut artist comes out...
Yes, we will. Facebook will give them to us. What?
Soon as an artist makes their...
make them mandatory.
Soon as an artist makes their debut, like if they have a great voice or whatever, the moment they make that album, now they have your voice on record, and then they're like, we don't need you anymore. There's not going to be another album. Like, we have your voice, and we can make the following albums, your likeness in perpetuity forever.
Well, that's what they talk about with, Black Mirror, that first episode of this season, where artists were signing away their digital selves. And to a different degree, there were a lot of artists that did that with Live Nation, with the concert company. They would sign these massive, they called them 360 deals. And it was a huge payout for artists of a certain caliber, where they would say, you guys are going to sell my tickets, you guys are going to run my merch, you guys are going to do this, rather than, a lot of these artists don't want to talk about it, but they very, very quietly get a nice big slice of the tickets. They get sold
the resale
on the resale market, where they jack the prices up 700%, and the artist goes, I got nothing to do with that. Yeah, you do. You peel back the curtain a little bit, and that's part of these deals. So some of these artists will sign these massive, 9-figure deals with the companies to do this. And that's kind of, to me, that's a precursor to just the technology being where it can be. So, who knows? WAP was what? Cardi B and Nicki Minaj and
Megan Thee Stallion.
It was all three of them, right?
No, Cardi B and just Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh, Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion.
It was during COVID, so I just remember that video. Because
Yeah, I remember you could. I did the same thing everybody else did, where you could put your face in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
someone
I
just
looked
put
hot.
mine in there. I'm like, don't be putting my face in
I
there.
looked so hot.
Well, yeah, we all did.
That's Nikki, of course. But speaking of the alarm, is a story that really took off about this janitor that I don't know what happens to him. I assume he gets fired. A janitor at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. This is in upstate New York. It's a research facility, and this guy is a janitor, custodian for the university.
He solved a math problem that was only half done on a chalkboard.
They could have really used a Matt Damon Goodwill Hunting type in this situation. This guy seems to be at the exact opposite end of the spectrum. Even though his intent was good, he didn't, by all accounts, wasn't malicious, but still really, really bad move. He said he kept hearing annoying alarms, and so he figured that he would just shut the alarms off. So he turned off a freezer at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. He's not being sued, but there is a lawsuit with a contractor, I guess, who did some private research. $1 million in damage, and they've lost 20 years of research because of what was in the freezer that is now spoiled and unusable. He unplugged the freezer. It had cell cultures, it had samples, causing catastrophic damage. Even a small fluctuation of temperature in these kinds of situations can cause big problems. And this guy just said, I was just trying to get the alarms to turn off. And so I unplugged the freezer. And they said that whatever research they were doing here, I guess, they're being set back decades now. Yeah. There was a sign on it. There was a warning that I guess the guy didn't pay attention to or didn't see. This freezer is beeping as it is under repair. Please do not move or unplug it. No cleaning is required in this area. You can press the mute button for 10 seconds if you would like to mute the sound. So they took every precaution to make sure that nobody was going to F with their stuff. But this guy, he said that he heard all these annoying alarms and he was trying to be helpful. So he flipped the circuit breakers, mistakenly turning them from on to off. And the freezer's temperature got above negative 32 degrees Celsius and ruined everything that was in it. Compromised, destroyed, and demolished more than 20 years of research. So imagine you're somebody who's working on this team. And this guy who is very clearly not the Matt Damon janitor solving problems on the... Was his name Will Hunting in that?
Yeah.
That's why it was called Goodwill Hunting? It was a double entendre?
Was that his last name? His first name was definitely Will.
Yeah, it was Will.
Was it Will Hunting, though?
I think so.
Yeah, or was it...
I think it was that.
His name was Will Hunting.
Yeah.
Hunting.
Now, if this were a situation where they were like semen samples, that's an easy fix. You have an accident like that, all the cultures, the samples are destroyed, and you go, okay, this is my time to shine.
I got to get to work.
Now, Poundcake couldn't do it because he likes to keep it a few days apart.
It's got to wait a day.
Yeah, or nothing comes out.
Is that true? You said earlier, we were talking, you go, well, it depends on if I did it yesterday. How many days do you need in between?
No, I just won't be as horny next time. I can.
It's a libido thing,
Okay.
not an emission thing.
Yeah,
But what if you're in a situation where you got to replace 200 samples?
Well, then I'm gonna be
For science.
For science.
Yeah.
Or else you lose your job.
That's right. You got.
There are times where I guess you could call it saving up, where because I just wanted to see, I was running experiments on myself. I just wanted to see how much I could produce like within like a week.
I
So
don't think that matters, though, does it? I mean, it feels. But it's
I
not.
mean, there's
because it works the opposite way. If you do it every day, like say if you tossed off, every other hour.
being hydrated has a lot to do with it too.
Okay, but I'm saying if you tossed off every other hour,
you're
every other hour.
Yeah.
You went from every other day to every other hour.
Well, he's saying that if you do it a bunch, you're gonna have smaller loads.
it's gonna
Understood,
fluctuate.
right.
So I figure if you don't and it's backed up and you haven't drained it or anything, then yeah, you would have a bigger.
Oh, that's a big load.
Well, maybe, yeah, right, but not indefinitely. I mean, it doesn't come out like anti-aircraft fire.
No.
If that's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Because your body
Peter
just
North it.
your body just absorbs it.
But again, I would run experiments on myself. I would wait like a day and I would do it, and then I would do like 2 days, and then I would do 3 days, and then I would do like a whole week.
And then
Were you keeping a spreadsheet? I mean, what was your data collection?
It was just
What was the amount of time you need to have your best results?
Your refractory period?
Yeah.
Well, the month was definitely was belly button and then some. Everything else.
Belly button. Get a Kleenex like a civilized human. Jesus Christ, belly button.
Whatever, you guys
This guy. And then I would write down how long it took to crust over, and, I'd leave it there.
If that's what he's trying to do.
Gross.
You are curious about your body and you want to figure out things, and I wanted to know. I want to know.
How you had to have been a kid. This was when you first started?
2 weeks ago.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, sometime teenager. It had to be, I'm sure.
Mom, where's my yellow legal pad? I've got to write down my data from today.
But also that it's going to be skewed because when you're young, like you have a lot more to, that's where the saying comes from. Young and
dumb and full of what?
Full of male emission. It rhymes, see?
I told you not to disturb me when I'm doing my experiments.
Mom, I'm a scientist.
I think that was around the same time I put it in the freezer one time.
Is that why they call you the nutty professor?
I had my own little mini fridge. So I had like little.
Oh God! Imagine you're his mom. She's had a long week
Don't
at
go
work.
in my mini
She
fridge.
goes in to get some ice cream. Like, what the hell is this?
Don't you step your ass in my mini fridge. Leave my
In
mini
your
fridge
room?
alone. Yeah, I had a mini fridge in my room that had a little freezer. Yeah.
Wow.
So I had,
And so, what would you ejaculate? What would be the container? Did you buy test tubes or
He
beakers?
just put it directly onto the freezer from his hand. He just wiped it.
He would point it into the freezer
Yeah.
part, and hopefully it would make it across.
I don't know if I want to say this, but there was a lot of extra medicine cups that we had, like from when we would take.
Oh God.
like a NyQuil cup?
Oh God.
Like the little measuring.
Yeah, the little measuring ones.
That comes on top of it,
I was-
like with cough medicine.
The nighttime sniffling, squeezing.
It wasn't for those. I mean, it was for medicine, but like my mom had a bunch of them because just like we had hospital tape, we had an abundance of those little pill containers or medicine containers. So I would steal them.
You were left alone too frequently as a young person. Is I think what we can all come to that conclusion.
Everyone ran experiments on themselves. That's how people
Not
found
like
out.
that.
Everyone. That's how they found out if they could, estrone D, or if they could, all these things that you figure out about yourself. That was my discovery period.
Got so close.
See, Bill knows. I know I'm not the only one.
Man,
Everyone tries.
boys are weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never tried that.
You never tried that?
I never tried that.
There was a
You
time
never threw the legs behind the head?
I said I will wait until someone else can do it for me.
That was a
I bet
sin.
it'll feel a lot better than that.
I had to put my feet on the headboard and then try and propel myself forward.
See, with a girl, mine was just like different objects, rubbing myself on
Yeah.
things.
Right.
The
Banisters.
The couch, a pillow,
sure.
What deodorant bottle, whatever. Just different surfaces.
So you were
I
just
guess.
rubbing things. You weren't inserting things.
No, I never inserted anything.
Breaking out the mirror.
Because you were afraid it would break off in there. and
No,
then you
because my mom had me convinced that any insertion meant I wasn't a virgin anymore. So I just rub on stuff. Whatever.
Who'd you lose your virginity to?
Tampax.
Yeah.
I got grounded for it.
And never be afraid to rub your meat. I love rubbing and touching my meat and getting those seasonings in all the cracks and crevices.
We know, Paula.
Well, there you go. So, did you ever make a pound cake? Did you ever find out just how flexible you really were?
Yeah, I could do it for a little bit, but then I don't know if I grew or I just wasn't as flexible. But yeah, I there was a time where I could do it, and It just hurt so bad. Like it was just a strain.
It wasn't worth it.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I think it's
Juice ain't worth the squeeze, you know?
It's probably for the best because I would be a recluse. Like if I didn't need a man, I wouldn't have a man. You know what I mean?
It's like that scene in Scary Movie where the guy in the wheelchair is like, the hot chick is hitting on him. He's like, I don't need your help. I can do it myself.
You are never going to be better at this than I am. Hey, Madonna has been hospitalized. She's had to halt her tour. She has a serious bacterial infection. Has Madonna already come to Cleveland?
I have no idea.
I thought that was...
What kind? That's all they said? Just a bacterial infection?
She's in the ICU.
Dang.
Yeah.
They got to look into her MDNA.
What?
That was one of her albums, MDNA.
Ah, yeah. The Celebration Tour with special guest Bob the Drag Queen. That is the greatest name I've ever heard in my life.
He's a big deal. He's like a comic, too, with stand-up.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know Big Freedia. I don't know Bob the Drag Queen. August 2nd, Madonna comes to the Romo Fijo. I imagine by that time she'll probably be fine. Unless something terrible happens to her.
You never know.
She's no spring chicken. But hopefully, they said she's under extensive medical care. But they're pausing all of her commitments. The tour hasn't even started yet. It's supposed to start July 15th in Vancouver, but now the tour is going to be postponed. That's got to suck.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're Madonna. You are hanging on by your fingernails to staying relevant, to touring, to just, I guarantee she doesn't want to go out and do this again. But she's like, I'm not letting these 20-year-old TikTok bitches get out there and show me up. I'm Madonna, and I'm going to go out and prove to everybody I can still, but she's had like hip replacements. And so, because she's not 22 anymore, but she's still Madonna. And that's what she's got. But at some point, you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But she's out there and going to do it.
But I think she wants to do it.
I think she wants the attention of doing it. I think she wants to go out and prove to people that she can still do it. And that can really fire you up. That might be all the motivation you need. But I guarantee she doesn't want to go on tour and dance. And she's 64. She want to go out and do this?
Jagger's like 100.
Right, but he's not doing choreography.
He's running around like a maniac.
Yeah, he's walking back and forth, and he's pointing at people. He's walking back and forth. She's doing moves like you got to learn it and do it and practice it. He's not doing that. He's walking back and forth across the stage. And if he wants to stop, he can stop. Stand in the middle and just point at people or walk around. She's got moves she's got to learn and know. Ugh, exhausting. So, like, you kind of got to give it up for her. But, if you have to, imagine you have to cancel your tour because you got a bacterial infection. You got, sepsis in your hip replacement. I don't know what.
Swimming in poopy water.
I diarrheaed in the tub. You don't want that.
Alan, Rich in Jacksonville, Florida. I just heard you say you don't like videos where people get hurt. I was wondering if you still had the video of the woman squishing grapes who falls out. Hate the show. Bye.
I don't have the video. No, I don't like, we were talking about, I don't like videos or shows where people get really hurt. Like a skateboarder breaks a leg
Like that
or they
TV show
land on their
starring-
head. I don't like that at all. The lady who's stomping grapes, that was a Cleveland clip? Is that what made it famous?
No, it wasn't.
No,
I don't think
just
it was
a
Cleveland.
newscaster.
Yeah, just
Oh, okay.
I can't breathe. Stop.
And the two I hope she's okay, right? She's stomping grapes and she falls off the little platform and it knocks the wind out of her.
I love it. That's the kind of stuff I live for.
That stuff's okay, but when somebody gets hurt, I don't
No,
care
I
for
don't like that either. But
No, I
those
don't
aren't the
care for
videos I watch. Because I was
Right.
saying on Monday how I stayed in bed until noon watching videos of people
Right.
getting hurt. But it's little stuff like a cat pouncing and knocking over a baby, or like a dad getting hit in the nuts, or a little kid falling off a slide. Like things like slipping and falling on ice. Like those things kill me.
That's why when my daughter a couple of years ago had her, maybe a year ago, had her like America's Funniest Videos phase, where that was all she wanted to watch. And you forget that like back in the day, those videos that people would send in, guaranteed there were a lot of people getting very hurt, but they would cut away.
Yeah.
Or you'd hear them laughing, you know, but it was very clear from watching it. It was just people with their camcorders in the late 80s, early 90s trying to win $10,000. There were a lot of people getting hurt. Like dudes falling on a fence, or like a spring from a broken trampoline goes up their ass or something. And you're like, oh, man. As soon as they cut away, I'm sure the ambulance was called.
The trampoline ones, the compilations on America's Funniest Home Videos were always my favorite. When they would do a segment of just trampoline
Well, like
fails,
if they go
God.
through the canvas, or if they
Yeah.
bounce off, like
A
that's kind of
double
funny.
bounce, yeah.
Right. But the people that would like clearly get a part of the structure impaled on their, that's no good. Bloodless. I got to take a break. I'll have those Cedar Point tickets for you. 4th of July. They're doing Light Up the Point at Cedar Point Shores. So if that sounds good, get you a couple of tickets. Another $1,000 for you as well. 5:30 is going to be that next keyword, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
Get your tickets now
At AXS.com.
for our 2020.
All right, get yourself a couple of passes to celebrate the 4th of July at Cedar Point during Light Up the Point. What's more American than fireworks on the 4th of July? Roller coasters in the background? Maybe an elephant ear? Cedar Point, you're going to be treated to the spectacular fireworks display right on Cedar Point Beach at dusk. CedarPoint.com. It's got all the details for you. A couple of passes here for you. For caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Proving what one man can achieve with an utter lack of charisma.
One of the great achievements of our time.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yay or nay?
No.
Oh, really?
Not even close.
Oh, all right. This is a great band called Black Braid. This is a Native American black metal project. Sagagasoa is the guy behind this, and I love it. We got a brand new album coming out. I'm going to play more of this for you on 2 hours to midnight. That is our metal show here at MMS. And we do it Saturdays from 10 until midnight. It's a 7:15 Guardians game Saturday, which probably means that it might run a little bit late, but we'll be on after the Guardians game. So brand new music there from Black Braid. Play some classic Slayer for you. Local music from Atomic Witch and Nameless out of Akron. And your requests. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler. 2 hours to midnight is our Saturday night metal show. 2 hours of metal. 2HTM at WMMS.com if there's something you want to submit. A request, stuff from your band, whatever. So either 10 o'clock on Saturday or immediately after Guardians post game. Pete Davidson is in rehab. I was just reading this morning about how he's really broke because of that Staten Island ferry thing. He and Colin Jost are both from Staten Island, and they bought the decommissioned Staten Island ferry, and they were going to kick a lot of money into it. They were going to make it an entertainment venue and a casino. But I guess Pete Davidson was kind of like, I kind of thought we were goofing, but we weren't. It wasn't a goof, I guess. And so he's in the hole like $300,000 on this Staten Island ferry. But he has entered rehab, according to TMZ, to attend to his mental health, which is always a good thing to do.
Can you do that? Can you go to rehab without, not for substances?
Well, it might be substances. Maybe he's medicating himself or, you know.
Oh, I guess saying attend to your mental health makes it seem like it's not a substance problem.
I don't know. I think if you're rich and famous, you can do whatever you really can.
It says Pete Davidson is in rehab after struggling with borderline personality disorder and PTSD. Sources tell Page 6.
So you can go to rehab for mental health issues. I thought that was like a psychiatric unit.
When you're rich, it's rehab.
Got it.
Well, but also I think they probably have something like that at a rehab facility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One friend said, Pete regularly goes to rehab for tune-ups and to take a mental break. So that's what's happening. So this is just, sounds like he gets to a certain point and goes, oop, time to
reset.
Get back in there, reset a little
tune-up.
bit. Yeah, you just kind of refocus things. It just sounds more devious when it's rehab and not just like taking a hospital break. But even that doesn't sound great.
Got another $1,000 for you in a few minutes. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break as well. Alan, the sound that the grape lady made in that video is the sound I made the last time my husband actually slipped out and put it back in the wrong place.
Oh.
You gotta be kidding. Honey, what's the matter? Honey, are you not enjoying this? Or
I can't breathe. Stop.
Honey, what's the... Alan, the grape lady broke her leg. Okay. Well, there you go.
Probably fine now.
People will go to rehab proactively if they fear a relapse.
Yeah.
That's what that says.
I thought he was. Is he clean?
Yeah,
I think he has been.
for a long time.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen, man, when you have been inside Ariana Grande, Kate Beckinsale, this recent one.
I do like that scene from, I haven't watched Bupkis, but there's a scene on YouTube where John Mulaney and Pete Davidson are talking about drugs, and Mulaney's like, yeah, I never did any drugs with you. And Pete's like, yeah, that's why I'm mad. Because, like, we could have had so much fun.
Now
If
we're
we
both
had
straight.
done drugs together. Like, I would have done drugs with you. You should have told me.
Did anybody watch Bodies, Bodies, Bodies with him?
No.
Just him and a bunch of chicks. It's like a murder thing.
I heard it was funny.
Yeah, it was funny. I thought so. But the girl he's dating now, he met from that movie. Chase Suey Wonders, I guess. I don't know. But listen, everybody wants Pete Davidson to be fine. Everybody,
Not everyone.
Yeah, I think. I mean,
Not
if you're,
Kanye.
I was
if
going to
you're,
say not yay.
yeah, but he's married now. He's got a whole thing. I bet if he ran into Pete Davidson, they'd probably pound it out and be fine.
Dude, don't use that word.
Pound it out? What's the matter with that?
He was like, you can't say that to me after you've been with my ex-wife.
Yeah, I guess so. See, that's a testament to Pete Davidson's reach. Is I completely forgot about Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about Kate Beckinsale. I'm thinking about Ariana Grande. Completely forgot about Kim Kardashian.
They dated for
And
8
she's
months.
the foxy. Well, she's the hottest of all of them. I should have remembered that, but I didn't.
I knew that wasn't a real relationship.
Did ya?
Yeah.
What constitutes a real relationship?
One that's not for clout.
For clout, they're both rich, famous people. They don't need clout from each other.
Pete Davidson needed Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian didn't need Pete
He
Davidson.
doesn't need, he needs to be in rehab for his borderline personality disorder. Kim Kardashian is probably undiagnosed with borderline personality disorder.
And for perspective,
She has a borderline personality. No, listen, if you're rich and famous and I mean, you don't need the clout. What do you need that for? Clout.
and also
He's a dude that's like, he's not some TikTok dude that met her at a party and, like that who was the young guy that Cher was dating? That's a whole other thing where you're like, oh, I'm dating a 21-year-old fitness model. Like, that's to keep yourself in the tabloids.
But it's never going to hurt your career by dating up, though.
I guess, but I don't.
Pete Davidson.
None of us know anything about Pete Davidson. We don't know.
Really hot women.
We don't know. Right. That's all we know.
Okay.
That's all superficial. We don't know anything about the level of reality in his relationships. We don't know that.
But you're proving my point. People don't know about Pete Davidson, but they know he dates really hot. Oh, isn't that the guy that dates really hot women out of his league?
What I'm saying, but you said the relationship wasn't real. And I'm saying we don't know. How do we know that? Because it ended?
Oh, just because it was.
That's a Hollywood relationship. Unless you get married. She married Kanye. That's done.
I think him and Ariana Grande were real. I don't think him and Kim Kardashian were real. I think that was just like.
You mean because they got engaged?
Well, not even just because they got engaged. I just
They got tattoos too.
Yeah, I felt like that was a real relationship.
His gut, Alan.
His gut tells him.
Ariana Grande likes uglier dudes for whatever reason.
I like how he knows all this stuff. I mean, I guess I don't know these things. I mean, I'm sure you've got your ear to the ground more on it than I do.
It feels more like a Perez Hilton than a sports break lead-in.
But also, isn't she married now?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me give this money here, and then we will get to that sports break, courtesy of young Pouty.
Patty!
Patty!
Cody Poundcake Helpful Brown.
I like Pouty.
Yeah.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Ari, are you ready? Do you feel sufficiently prepared?
Yes.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, I talked about this story last week, but there's been a development. When it comes to Zion Williamson's side chick, Mariah Mills, putting him on blast for having a baby with his girlfriend and threatening to extort him, that allegedly was not the full story. Apparently, the plot thickens. Mariah says she too is pregnant and posted the positive pregnancy test to her social media. And to top it all off, Mariah never said exactly that Zion is the father, but instead she is hinting at the fact that she's going to name the child some of Zion's likenesses, like Junior or Zariah. Zion and Mariah together. Oh, and also, she was filmed getting Zion's name tattooed on her face. I'm not joking. You can see for yourself on her Instagram. But regardless if it's fake or not, Zion, it seems like you got a stage 5 clinger on your hands, and I wish you good luck. Also, I thought this was a troll, but it looks like it might actually happen. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are gearing up for fight night. As you may have seen, I think we reported it on the show that Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of the metaverse, had been learning jiu-jitsu since 2020. Well, Elon Musk couldn't resist the urge to challenge Zuckerberg to a fight, and as of now, they're both prepping to beat the crap out of each other. Mark is filming and posting takedown videos on Instagram, and Elon is training with UFC legend Georges St. Pierre. I can't say
George?
Georges St. Pierre. Georges St. Pierre.
George.
There's like S on the end. It's extra. I really don't know who to put my money on, and I don't know where this fight will be, but I have one teensy small little suggestion for the match. I hope they hand out free clothespins when giving the program out, because I'm sure this entire arena is going to smell like microwaved mayonnaise. So yuck. And lastly, I hate that I have to do this, but I got to. I got to give it up for Northeast Ohio native Jake Paul of Westlake, Ohio, creating a company that's valued at over $300 million. It's a micro betting and social media platform, and he is well on his way to becoming a billionaire if he keeps this up. The company is only a year old. It was co-founded in 2022, and I think we have a clip.
And we're starting in my home state, Ohio. This is for you.
Puts it up.
Ohio.
Microbetting is coming.
Real money. Insane multiplier. Huge payouts.
And there you have it. Underdogs of the year, Cleveland boys in the building, Jake Paul. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
I have a couple of questions. It just goes to show you how bananas these valuations are, too, right? Mm-hmm. People just throw money and they go, oh, it's worth $300 million. It ain't worth anything yet. What is the place is going to smell like microwaved mayonnaise?
Whatever arena Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk fight, they're going to stink, they're going to sweat, and it's going to smell like microwaved mayonnaise.
Microwaved mayonnaise.
Yep.
Okay. Is that a thing I'm not hip to? I mean, is that a reference that I'm not hip to, or that's
It's just a joke.
that's a
about white
pancakeism?
people.
No, it's not even a poundcakeism.
Oh.
When white people get sweaty.
Oh, because they're white.
And they're musty. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I mean, I understand mayonnaise for white. I don't understand the smell of microwaved mayonnaise.
Yeah, just when it gets warm and it gets all stinky. Yeah.
I thought Elon Musk's mom canceled the fight.
His mom?
His mom and dad were both like, you're going to get your ass kicked. His own dad was like, you're going to get humiliated.
As of now, this was on TMZ as of this afternoon. This was
Elon Musk's mom went on social media and was like, I've canceled the fight, which basically means now you got to fight Zuckerberg. You can't be a grown-ass man and your mom is canceling the fight.
Yeah, this must have been a revelation of this.
These people got to be like, why can't our nerd son just realize he's not funny or tough, is born on third base, just make cars and rockets and be done with it? Your own parents are like, hey, don't do this. You're going to get your ass kicked, which I imagine is the surest way to get him to go through with it. So
But
maybe
he's
it's
older.
the long con. Huh?
He's older than Zuckerberg, though.
So what? Zuckerberg like won a jiu-jitsu championship.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mae Musk is Elon Musk's mother. And she said, great relief. The fight has been canceled.
And when did?
But if your mom, last Thursday, if your mom goes, "You're not going to fight Mark Zuckerberg." I mean, imagine being a kid if you were in a fight. I got beat up a lot when I was a kid. But my mom wasn't walking out into the parking lot to stop it. I don't think my mom saw it, but, or calling. I'm surprised she didn't call Mark Zuckerberg's mom. That would be the move.
Mrs. Zuckerberg.
That's right. Did you see what our boys are doing?
These hellions.
May Musk. Right. I mean, Elon's a lover, not a fighter, right? He's got like a dozen kids. She said, I haven't told them yet, but the fight is canceled. So who knows? And his father said, stop doing this. Errol Musk is his dad. He's the guy who gave Elon Musk his money. He's just a rich kid. And he's like, stop this. You'll be facing total humiliation. Because you figure Zuckerberg, if he's training doing jujitsu, he's been planning for this, to fight anybody and look like a tough guy. Fight with words only, Elon Musk's mother said on Twitter. In armchairs, 4 feet apart. The funniest person wins, is what she said. And again,
such a mom thing to say.
It's such a mom thing to say. Your son's not funny.
You don't do violence.
And the guy he's going to fight, not funny at all.
When was the last time you squared
They might
up,
break
Alan?
a bone, but it ain't going to be a funny bone. What's that?
When's the last time you had to square up in your personal life? When's the last time you've been into a fight?
Long time. Long time. No, listen, once you're a grown-ass man, there's no reason to be getting into a fight.
You were never that
Unless
guy.
you're pulling someone off someone else, if someone's attacking,
You were never the guy in the bar to get drunk and then get into a tussle with someone?
Are you legitimately asking me that?
Look at him.
A tussle? No. No, I never lost a fight. But when I was a kid, I used to get beat up.
I was the guy that was always...
But once I became a wrestler and got a couple of moves and had some moxie and actually, when I got into like high school and I guess once or twice, I had a guy jump out of an alley behind me in downtown Chicago and I had to deal with that situation. But no, a fight like in a bar?
Yeah, or like something. I was always a person...
You pick up your drink and you walk, if you see a fight even near you, you pick up your drink, walk to a different location,
but it
and
would
watch it play out.
It would always be my friends that would be in the fight, though. Like, so what do you do? Like, I'm supposed to leave without them? Or if they
Yes. I'm not here to watch you fight. Why are you fighting?
I'm not fighting.
No, them. Like, over what?
I don't know. Drunken idiots. I would go with with a bunch of
It's all
straight
alcohol.
friends, and someone would step on someone's shoes, or it was crosswords. Next thing I know, they busted, and then I'm like, come on, pull it, let's go. So
We've read a billion stories like that where these people somebody gets shot or stabbed or punched, and they're like, police say alcohol was a factor. Well, of course it was.
But
are there sober people fighting?
No.
No.
That's why everyone in America should be sober. Everybody forever. Ban alcohol.
up,
Let's go
Mary.
back to prohibition.
But to your point, I mean, you were probably doing windmill arms at a lot of people when you were heavily drinking.
I was doing all kinds
You know me, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Right.
How often did you get into a fight, Mary?
I never really fought. I'd run my mouth.
You got your ass beat. That's
No,
what it was.
I've been in 2 fist fights, both with family members. But I would
You
run my
never
mouth.
got into like a hair pulling thing
No.
with another drunk girl?
No. I would run my mouth, or I'd say something crappy, but then I'd always be the one who'd be like, hey, let me buy you a shot. I'm sorry. We'll just figure this out.
Just drink, just get over it. That's
Yeah,
what alcohol's
pretty much.
for.
I was because I wanted everybody to have a good time. I was not trying to start crap. If anything,
Unless
I
it
didn't,
was your sister.
unless it was my sister, yes.
who you fight with.
If I would, yeah, no, I was more like I would rather buy
Party girl, yeah.
$100 worth of shots than say something sideways.
Yeah. Alan, does Poundcake's McBoyfriend smell like microwaved mayo when he sweats?
No.
Okay. People are asking if Vanilla Ice was the last person I punched. That might be. That was 20 years ago. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I got to take a break here. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to send a text, 35192.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. When you bet with the Buzzard Bookie, you can win $1,000.
I did it all for the bookie, the Buzzard Bookie, so you can take the cash and add it to your stash, add it to your stash.
Get keywords at 30 past the hour every hour, starting at 9:30 with Rover.
I did it all for the bookie, the Buzzard Bookie.
Add some cash to your stash.
Add it to your stash.
$1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie on 100.7 WMMS. Sponsored by Jersey Mike's Subs.
Is holding a freshly grilled Jersey Mike's cheesesteak better than holding a winning lottery ticket? After you buy some useless stuff like a purple sports car and end up back at zero, I'd say so. Freshly grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Yeah, baby. Love the smell of barbecue on a hot summer day. What's up, Cleveland? All summer long, we'll be cooking up some juicy, fat deals. It's Chef Mike D from Nissan in North Olmsted and I-90 Nissan, and we're ready to sauce up a rack of savings just for you. Absolutely everybody's invited to this cookout. Stop out and see Deal, the grill master, Belza. He'll be grilling up $1,000 off a brand new Nissan, and he'll even throw in a special sauce, lowering APRs down to 0%. Woo, that's like free money. Are you kidding me? We'll even make sure your taste buds are fully satisfied. So don't let those wannabe chefs anywhere else smoke you out and leave you on an empty stomach. So stop hot dogging around and let's catch up. Come on over to the Feast of a Lifetime at Nissan in North Olmsted on the North Olmsted Auto Mile and I-90 Nissan, Sheffield Village. 'Cause the deals are
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of The Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Any ideas, Poundcake? You'll never get it, but what do you hear?
Can I give him a clue?
Yeah.
It's your slur for straight people.
Breed.
What do you
Come
call
on,
them?
right there.
What do you call them?
Breeders? Oh, really? I was gonna
Breeders.
say,
Poundcake password.
He
Good
got
at
it.
this. I know how Poundcake's
That's
brain
right.
works.
I knew what I call them breeders, but I didn't know that was like. I thought it was breeders and something else, like American breeders or something like that. I don't know. Wow. Okay.
Kim and Kelly Deal from Dayton, Ohio. The Breeders, once Kim Deal was a little bummed with her situation with the Pixies, she goes, I want to do some other stuff. And so she formed the Breeders. They had a huge, huge hit with Cannonball. They had a couple of follow-ups. But they're celebrating the 30th anniversary of that album, Last Splash, and they're going out on tour. Got to do some dates, one of which will be September 7th. They're going to do the Plaza at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Ooh.
If you dig the Breeders. And I do.
When is that? September
7th. That is a Thursday. Otherwise, if you want to go see them, they're going to do Riot Fest in Chicago. They'll do the Fillmore in Detroit. They'll do Columbus the night after the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but right in our backyard, if you dig the Breeders. And I think I was reading that Belly might be opening some of those dates. So with Tanya Donnelly, if you go that far back, she was initially in the Breeders or did stuff with them, but Belly had a couple of hits too. So some of the Breeders dates, they're opening for Foo Fighters, but September 7th, they will play the Union Home Mortgage Plaza at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So cool to see them, like the Breeders. Good work. Speaking of Dayton, Ohio.
I saw Saliva in that plaza.
Saliva, the band, or you just saw Saliva?
No, the band, Saliva.
Oh, cool.
This is 20 plus years ago.
Yep.
Click, boom!
Yeah, that's where you learned click, click, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Was there
I actually left before they sang click, click,
Oh,
boom.
yeah?
'Cause I wasn't that into it.
You were there for the opener.
Yeah, I actually was. I was there. I was in my Alan Cox era.
Who was
there-
the opener for Saliva?
The Sloppy Meat Eaters.
I get what you're doing.
That's what their name was.
The Sloppy Meat Eaters.
The Sloppy Meat Eaters, yeah.
Is that a local band?
No, they were from Georgia. But they were just like a
there they are.
crappy pop punk band.
I like Sloppy Meat Eaters. It says AKA SME.
Mm-hmm.
From Rome, Georgia.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Dick.
Hey,
Speaking of
that
Dayton,
band was pretty good.
did you ever see the Sloppy Meat Eaters, Dick?
No, what are these band called? Breeders?
The Breeders from Dayton, Ohio. Yep.
Boy, they was good.
They're
funny,
great.
I've lived here a lot. Huh. Well,
I mean, they're not. They're
maybe I can.
They're not really a local band, Dick. But I mean, the sisters that are in that band are from Dayton, and that's where the band was kind of founded. And they went on to international acclaim, but their roots remain in Dayton. Yeah. So
Pretty cool.
I
Pretty
think
cool.
I think it's pretty safe to say that you can consider them peers.
Well, yeah, I would think so. Wouldn't you?
I certainly would.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, something happened that is kind of neat. McDonald's called me, and every Tuesday I go up with my either uke and mandolin and play a couple hours. And somebody in the band and my strummers got me a songbook, and the kids just clap and they have a good time. So, like I said, I'm never home. I've got, let's see, I found a 5th job to play in Cincinnati, and it's a little far, but they have a good time down at the church. So I'm pretty active, guys.
Dick, I'm glad to hear that post-retirement. It's the last thing you want to do is sit around. Tell me more about the McDonald's thing. You're playing at a McDonald's location?
Yeah, it's right on Wilmington Pike and Stroop Road, not too far from my house in Kettering, and it's called Kids Nights, and they come and read books, and sometimes they bring their dog. It's nice, and the dogs come in, just sit down. They don't bother anybody, but it's pretty neat. And like I said, I think this should happen. I think the Guardians and the Reds are the hottest team right now. You can't, Bill and Alan, or you could not find a Cincinnati Reds sweatshirt at any of the Goodwill. They have sold completely out of them. And the Guardians.
Yeah,
too.
those Reds.
Yeah, the Guardians
the Braves ended up breaking their streak, but they were on a 12-game win streak up until last week.
Yeah,
Got themselves to the top of the division.
Yeah, did you know in 4 days they had 128,403 people?
I did know that. I had it written down right here.
Did you?
Sure did.
Yeah.
So do you get like free hash browns from McDonald's when you play for the kids, or they give you any flapjacks or whatever they call them, or?
I usually they give me a quarter pounder, fries, and a Coke.
Oh, they do. They give you like a number 2 and send you on your way. Is that in lieu of monetary remuneration or what?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something they want me to do. And tomorrow I always enjoyed the Strummers. Up there in Beaver Creek, we get a pretty good crowd now, people coming in. But, hey, has the haze been bad in Cleveland?
Yes, it has.
Very bad.
Yep. It's the air quality here is just terrible.
Yeah, but I'm kind of. This is be playing a couple jobs. Oh, maybe in a parade on 4th of July. It'll be kind of cool. You know,
I was going to ask what you would be doing for the 4th of July. I figured you'd be doing some kind of performance, Dick.
Yeah, but I can't wait. I'm waiting for the. I'm going to put my money on the Browns this year, but I don't know. I don't want to be disappointed, but I think they'll have a good year. I really do. Them and the Cavaliers going to have a good year. So, yeah. But happy 4th, guys. Have a good day. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
You think McDonald's asked him to come perform, or you think he walked in and said, hey, you know what should happen here is there should be somebody strumming on the old banjo?
He said they have a kids' night where people come and read to them and stuff.
Yeah.
And then they bring on Dick to clear everybody out. Like, all right, we got to get everybody out of here.
Could you imagine?
And then he starts slowly picking at his mandolin.
Could you imagine if they invited him and it turned out to be like a drag story hour and Dick is there trying to accompany the drag story hour with his poorly tuned mandolin?
Let's see that beautiful thing. Wow.
It's not woman-dolin, it's mandolin.
Let's see that beautiful thing. Wow.
Yeah, that's Mary. In the Wiley's parking lot. Was it Wiley's?
Wiley's parking lot.
Wiley's parking lot there.
Enjoying that beautiful thing.
Stop it.
What? That's what you said.
That's what you said. It's a direct quote.
Let me see it. Let's see that beautiful thing.
Let's see that.
I was trying to make it feel
beautiful
better.
Let me see it. Let's see that beautiful
Feel
thing.
better about
wow.
what?
Wow, she says. Wow. Mary's out tomorrow and Friday. Our buddy Roy Wood Jr. is going to be in her on Friday.
In?
Yeah.
Yes.
God, why did I miss all the good people?
Always happy to catch up with him.
He said he'd only come in if you were gone.
Yeah,
Well,
that's right.
Nate in Tacoma, come see my shows this weekend. Tacoma Comedy Club.
And we have a lot of bureau chiefs in Seattle.
Come on out, Seattle.
It's only
Not
an
that
hour
far.
up to 5.
Not that far.
Mike, Ryan, Melissa, Nick. We got a lot of bureau chiefs in Seattle. You can make the trip to see Mary.
I got I got so many shows. Yeah,
Tacoma, what is it?
Tacoma.
What's the Tacoma
Tacoma Comedy
Club?
Club.
Yeah. All right. Tomorrow night and is it tomorrow Friday and Saturday or when is it?
Through Sunday, actually.
Sunday?
7 shows this weekend.
She's got a brunch show on Sunday.
I have
She's
a
very
brunch
excited
show,
about
a 2 p.m. show on Sunday. Wow. And get this, I don't get a hotel Sunday night. So I get to leave straight from my brunch show to catch my red eye.
Isn't showbiz great?
It's pretty terrible. But
wow.
It'll be a good weekend because then I'm coming home. I'm actually...
Wait, so you have a hotel room tomorrow night, Friday night,
till Sunday
morning, Saturday night,
and Saturday night. But you
check
have to
out Sunday morning.
But you have to be there Sunday night.
Sunday afternoon. I have a 2 p.m. brunch show.
Wait,
on
when
Sunday.
don't you have a hotel room?
Sunday night. I'm checking out of the hotel
What
at
time's your
11 a.m. on Sunday.
Yeah.
I have a 2 p.m. show on Sunday,
Yeah.
and then I fly out of Tacoma at 10 p.m. So I have from 4 to 10.
Well, then, but you wouldn't need a hotel room Sunday night then.
It would be nice.
It would be better to hang out at a hotel rather than sit at a
the
airport for 6
Oh,
hours.
I see.
Yeah.
Where normally checkout would be Monday, but you would leave before then.
Right.
You need a place to go kick it.
Right.
I see.
And can't you go yell at the people in the lounge?
Why don't you go get
could.
on the app that show hotels near the airport now will rent you a number of hours for people who have layovers and stuff?
I have never heard of that.
Oh yeah, there's an app. I forget what it's called, but primarily near airports there are some hotels that are there's people that have a layover. You can rent a hotel room for 6 hours, 8
Day
hours.
use?
I don't know. Maybe?
Day use.
Day use. Yeah, look into that because if you can get one near the airport, you're going to be right there anyway. And you give them a couple $100 or
but
whatever.
I don't. That's the whole point is that I don't want to have to pay for it.
Then you go.
Oh, you don't
home.
have to pay for it.
I don't want to pay for my own hotel while I'm already out there.
Well, nobody wants to pay for their own hotel room, but
don't you got all them rewards?
You intimated that they weren't going to pick it up.
Yeah, that's exactly
Right,
what it
so
is.
you're going to have to pay for it.
No, I'm going to go sit at the hotel or at the airport for 6 hours.
Wow.
Don't you got some built up points?
I'm saving my points to fly to Greece.
Why don't you kick it around Tacoma? for
With
a
all
few
my
hours?
luggage? And my merch?
No. The hotel will still store your luggage.
No, they will not because I have to check out at 11 a.m. and my show is not until 2. And I need my stuff for the show.
Oh, merch?
Merch,
Oh,
items.
yeah. I see. How many bags do you have?
I'm going to take a carry-on and a backpack and then my purse.
Okay, so the carry-on has the merch?
The carry-on has my clothes, my merch, everything.
Oh, it's got everything.
Because my backpack
Oh, you don't
has
have a
my
separate.
camera in
You
it.
don't have like a
All
separate merch
5,000
bag.
CDs?
No, I'm not taking all 5,000 CDs. That would be a whole nother bag. Bill.
You okay? I was thinking you had a separate merch bag because
No,
I just take that with you. And okay.
No.
How far is the hotel from the club?
I do not know.
Oh,
The hotel's downtown Tacoma, and so is the club. So I'm assuming they're pretty close.
gotcha. Yeah, Tacoma's not that big.
Right.
Okay. Well, listen.
But
Any
this
of our bureau chiefs in the SeaTac area, Mary has got how many?
7.
7 shows. So if the brunch one is probably most likely sold out.
None of them are sold out.
None of them are sold out. So if you want to see Mary while you're tucking into some eggs Benedict or chilaquiles,
Have a
make
mimosa.
here's the tweet. Get ready for comedian Mary Santora. She's live at our new 6th and Proctor location. Oh, this is a new location for the Tacoma Comedy Club.
Yes. So this is their second location in Tacoma. This just opened June 1st. So I'm like the 4th comic they've had.
Here is what you saw their tweet. You probably retweeted it.
It said LOL. Get ready to LOL.
Prepare. Here's what it says. She's live at our new 6th and Proctor location, period. Prepare, period, to, period, LOL.
Yeah.
Exclamation point.
And LOL you shall.
Prepare. She guarantees
Yes.
LOLs.
You will have fun.
All right.
Promise you that.
Well, there you go. Who's ever walked away from a Mary Santora show and not had fun? Of course.
You know what? There was one lady.
Well, it wasn't in the Pacific Northwest.
That's true.
You get up there to the PN Dub, you're going to be just fine.
See how it goes.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be good. I haven't had a lot of, and then, so I'm flying out of Columbus, right?
Yeah.
Because my entire family, all my siblings, all my nieces and nephews are going to be in Columbus for 4th of July. So we're doing Columbus Zoo Sunday, the water park Monday, and then a cookout at my brother's house Tuesday.
Jesus Christ.
So, well, I'm missing the zoo, and I had to tell Brian a couple days ago. I was like, hey, there's been a clerical error. And he was like, what did you do? And I was like, you may or may not have to go to the zoo with my entire family by yourself. And he was like,
clerical error.
He's like, what are you talking about? I was like, I have a show Sunday, so I'm not going to be here Sunday. And the zoo tickets and the hotel are already booked. So have a lot of fun and get acquainted with my family.
Wait, I thought you just told him he wouldn't have to do that by himself.
I am not going to be there because I have the brunch show on Sunday.
Oh, I thought you told him you may not have to go by yourself.
No, he does have to go by himself.
But he's done stuff with them before, right?
No, this is the first time he'll have done anything with my family without me.
But everybody likes him and knows him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
just
doesn't
weird
make it
without
any
you there.
less to handle.
What if him and your brother that is annoying become best friends?
28-hour workday, brother?
Yeah.
They might. This is why I don't like leaving them unsupervised.
It can only help unsupervised.
Not because of Brian, because of the
Yeah.
others.
You like to keep an eye on everybody.
Yes. But so that'll be the first time he and Blake are with my family by themselves, and then I'm joining everybody Monday at the water park. Big
Well, that sounds like a
Santora.
hell of a time.
Oh, boy.
The
4th of July weekend at a water park? What could go wrong?
The water park in Columbus.
Did you get
Zumbizi Bay.
What is it?
Zumbizi Bay.
Zumbizi Bay.
It's attached to the zoo.
Did you get a pergola? What are they?
Cabana.
Cabana.
I got 2 of them.
Cabana.
Yeah.
You got 2 of them.
We have 26 people going. I got 2 cabanas.
Wow. You have 13 people per cabana?
Well, you're only supposed to have 10.
I know.
But everybody has kids and my mom, and like there's just 1,000 people at all points in my life. And they're like, we don't need cabanas. I said, first of all, every child in this family is translucently
Dude,
white.
those cabanas are. We're going to be in Vegas next week, and my buddy who basically gets comped everything. We have cabanas at the pool every day.
It's such a clutch.
They're like those indoor cabanas where it's like
Looks
a
like
tent.
royal.
Yeah, it's not like a tent. I mean, it's like part of the building. It is awesome.
See, ours aren't
They're
that
bringing
fancy.
food and drinks. You just
Well-
go in and out of the pool, and it's the best.
You have a dedicated server, you have a mini fridge, you have a safe to put like your belongings in, then there's like the sun chairs, a table to sit at. So it's just like a home base.
Now, will
because-
you test your server's
Your
dedication?
family should never, ever, ever say anything to you.
Oh,
about,
no.
Like the
I'm a martyr, Bill.
You-
I only do things so that people think that I'm a good person when I'm really not. Did you
That's
not know
what
that
they
about
say
me?
to you.
Yeah.
What you should say is, then enjoy not having a cabana, fighting for lawn
On
chairs.
July 3rd, when there's 26 of us.
And there's going to be at capacity.
Yeah, from the time they open.
I want to fight your family on your behalf.
Wait, were they giving you a hard time?
They said we didn't need cabanas. And I was like, I said, you don't have to use it, but I'm buying 2 cabanas. You
Well,
can use it if you want to.
They just didn't want to pay for it.
100%.
No, I understand that.
I understand that
but you do
Think
need
about
them.
the logic of not having them
Yeah.
would be absolute chaos. if we
How
didn't
much
have
were
them.
they?
I think they were like $200 a piece.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
That's
a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, but it's not.
For the
But for your
comfort
family.
that it will bring
Yes.
of knowing everyone's in the same place at the same time, no one's lost. You're not
You
baking
have a
in the
point
sun.
where everybody can come back to.
Shaded.
People aren't going through your stuff, moving
Right.
it around,
Right.
fighting with other people
You're
over
not hurting
chairs.
cats.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's worth every cent, and they should. You are their savior.
I think they'll realize that on
Monday,
Tuesday or
yeah.
Monday, whatever
Yeah.
day that we're there, and they see how packed this place is, where it's like
Mhm.
there'd have been no chance with
They are going to declare their independence from having a bad time. Courtesy of Mary Santora. I've got to take a break. I want to get the last word in. Send me a text 35192. And Guardians baseball tonight, 2nd of 3. They're in Kansas City. 8:10 is your first pitch. 7:40. Want to get the full experience? That's when your pregame will get up and running here on the Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever